Man, I'm suffering from Dorito-itis, man. I can't just eat one. Damn. I don't know what it is. I just can't eat one, man. I was like, I'm not gonna eat any. I'm gonna go live and I ain't gonna be eating them. I couldn't, man. It's like I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. I had to eat another one and another one and another one. Salute to my man David H, man. David H. Stop calling you David on Brito, man. Salute to my man David on Brito. David on Brito, man, coming through, man. Cash App, man. Salute to you, David on Brito. Man. Fuck it. I'm an addict, man. I'm an addict, man. I can't help it, man. I tried, man. I literally tried to change my ways, man. Can't change my ways, man. Shit. I can't change my ways, man. I ain't shit, man. I'm weak. I'm weak. I'm weak, man. And I'm growing weaker by the minute. Cornelius, man, the OG, man. Day one, man. What's up, man? Hey, man, forgot to sing you happy birthday this past week. We share the same birthday week, so enjoy. Yeah, man, salute to all my Aquarius, man. I'm assuming you're Aquarius, man. You want to cuss, man. Thank you for the birthday wishes, man. Um, and I know I have my shirt on backwards. I can feel it. It's choking me. Like you can tell when you got your shirt on backwards. It's like I can tell. All right, everybody, man. Yeah, let me fix my shirt. Oh, let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gats for fun.
right, we are learning more today, meanwhile, about the Temple University police officer shot and killed in the line of duty last night. Flowers are left where Officer
How's my sound?
Christopher Fitzgerald was gunned down while responding to a call. The 18-year-old suspect was arrested this morning and is now facing a slew of charges.
That looked like some strandy, loose, limp hair right there, man. That hair don't look too straight, man, and it don't look too coily, man. It's real strandy and loose and limp. I don't know, man. This might not be the usual suspects, man.
Correspondent Joe Khalil live with more information tonight. Joe.
Oh, and he's sagging too? Is that he's sagging? He busting slack or something? Did you say, yeah, he busting slack, man. Oh man, he was a wannabe, man. He was a Let me drop this link, man. I'm not supposed to try that love thing for the last time. My heart said, no, no. Nobody's supposed to be here. But you came along and changed my mind. How did you get here? No, 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 be here. Oh shit. What's happening, man?
Hey, buddy.
How's everything, man?
Good. It's fucking pretty warm tonight, so we're supposed to get snow tomorrow, but it's 25 above, so I'm out here. I don't even have gloves on.
Wow, that's great, man. You the man, man.
Fucking heat wave. I'll be on shorts here tomorrow.
Hey, I'm over here. I be rooting for the sun, man. Every time it's not them, I'm like, yes.
Well, the sun man, of course, lack of ability to read the room. They're online dunking on everybody.
Can I guess?
Yeah,
if he was black,
they're slam dunking on everybody and fucking doing end zone celebrations and shit. So
it's like when you're down 42 points and you still celebrating.
It's like when you're down. It's like when you're down 42,000 points and you're still celebrating.
Damn.
They don't have no. Some man, we don't got no chill, man. We don't have the ability. No, but,
I know.
Hey, like, I'm gonna show you what they're doing online in a minute.
Yeah, but do you feel me though? Act like when I saw it was in the sun, man, I was happy for them. I was like, right on, for sure.
My only thing is now they're gonna be like, this is who's committing all the crime in Philly.
But they were doing
this
that
guy
anyway.
is going to be responsible for everything that's bad in Philly for the last 8 years.
White kids are coming in. I knew it. White kids are coming into the city and doing these crimes, man, and they blaming our kids for it.
Look, here's, what Brent, or what's the whitest name you could think of? Bill, probably. I don't know.
Let's see what's up with this, man.
Live with more information tonight. Joe.
Yeah, hi, Natasha. Really tragic situation here. Officer Christopher Fitzgerald was shot in the head Saturday night while he was on duty, responding to an incident near campus. He was already trying to catch a suspect in a robbery call when he was shot. He was taken to the Temple University Hospital and pronounced dead there. The 18-year-old who allegedly shot Officer Fitzgerald, Miles Pfeffer, now facing multiple felony counts, including
Miles Pfeffer. Man, that's a white name.
murder,
Miles, yep,
robbery,
there it is.
carjacking, and really a whole slew of weapons charges, among others. Officer Fitzgerald, let's focus on.
Okay, this is Son Brito, man. Killed the goddamn Son Brito, man. He had a mean hairline too. My man Barber. Shout out to my man's barber, man. That's why I don't let him do my hairline. They can't do my shit like that. I ain't fucking with
him here for a minute. He leaves behind a wife and 4 children. His tragic death already garnering a lot of attention. The university released messages of support for Fitzgerald and for his family. And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro said this shortly after. Says, "We are sending prayers to his loved ones, Temple Police, and the entire."
Hey, how do you send prayers? I've been hearing a lot about this lady. Stunner, help me out. How you send prayers, man? I need to know so I can.
What's up, Ak? What's up, Ak Nation? If I'm not mistaken, I believe they're now saying F your prayers.
Oh, okay.
Remember that?
I heard the Patel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're now saying F your prayers. So I don't really know who's sending the prayers or who he's sending the prayers to exactly, because I'm not even sure me and this person even worship the same God at this point.
Right.
Wait a minute. I guess this cat's one of them. What's that little group called?
He's not Antifa, man. It's just a fucking random.
Yeah.
Antifa.
Entire Temple University community. May his memory be a blessing. Now, there is rising crime in the area, and it's causing a lot of concern around the university.
Now, look, they're going to say that this is a white guy too, man.
Yeah, and it's causing a lot of concern around the university. There have been a number of high-profile crimes on Temple's campus, and that has parents and students taking measures.
Yo, they doing this. They don't live on these blocks. They doing this on somebody else's block. Like you just in your house and they come down your street doing this shit.
To call attention to it. Others are even considering withdrawing their students from the university altogether.
Withdraw your kids from Temple University, man. My proudest achievement of this year of 2022 was a young man that I got watched grow up. I got to see him choose another college over Temple, and he really wanted to go to Temple, man. He was hell bent on going to Temple. I didn't say 2 words.
Unless he's invented some new kind of body armor, I don't think he wants anywhere near that place.
I didn't say 2 words to him about it. I just talked to his parents.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, did they say considering removing it? What's to consider?
I mean, it's a great. See, the problem is, it's a great school, man.
All right.
It's just that, like, that's
How
probably.
can it be a great school if you can't live there without being assaulted in some way?
No, I'm just thinking about what there is to consider. That's all.
Right. I mean, I've heard heroin's a great drug. You know.
Right. Yeah.
There are a lot of great schools in America.
In Philly, it's a lot of great schools in Philly, but they're all in Philly. So, like, listen, man, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying stay. I'm just trying to figure out why you wouldn't pull your kid out. You know,
I hear Stanford.
Oh yeah, they'd be yanked
this time of year.
Yeah, Stanford's pretty good. If you want to stay on the Northeast, though, it's plenty of schools, man. I mean, you got fucking UNC, you got fucking Maryland, you got Georgetown. What if you want to send them to a Temple's a state school too? Temple's not private. You got Penn State up there if you want to keep them in Pennsylvania. You know, you got
I got a cousin that's at Rutgers, ain't having no problems.
Well, Rutgers is outside of Newark, and it can get a little sketchy. It could get, man, cross your fingers. It could get real sketchy up the way, but it's not like in the heart of the city. Somebody got the playback playing in the background, man.
News Nation is told. Back in November, and this is just one incident here, there was a group of armed, masked men that broke into an off-campus apartment and robbed the people living there. There were 11 students home at the time when this happened. Officer Fitzgerald's death is actually the 7th law enforcement officer shot and killed in the line of duty this year. It's the first case of an officer being killed in Philadelphia in 3 years. And nationwide, 64 officers have been shot and killed both in 2022 and in 2021. That is an alarming upward trend nationally, according to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. In the previous decades before that, there was an average of about 50 officers killed, Natasha, roughly 20% less than what we have seen recently. So that has been ticking up when you look historically at where officers killed in the line of duty have been. Not a good statistic.
Yeah, Joe, and I know you're talking about crime, and politically crime became one of the biggest concerns among voters in the last election. Is it too soon to tell right now whether it'll be a major factor in the 2024 presidential race?
Well, look, it is early, but what I can tell you now is that candidates are already who are.
If crime is not a factor in the 2024 presidential race, man, that's why I tell you they're questioning that. You conservatives don't have a shot in hell. You don't have a shot in hell.
It doesn't matter how bad the crime has gotten in a blue city, in a blue state. They're going to vote blue.
Yeah,
it just is what it is.
No doubt, but I'm just saying the fact that you can't even bank on it that crime's going to be an issue in the race. That it's still consternation about whether crime's going to be an issue. It's go ahead.
I just can't believe that 3 cops already this year.
But we both know that the liberals, they play dirty, and whenever the election is going to come up, when a brother gets himself killed, you know what time it is.
Yeah, man, you already know that, and they have the ability to flip that shit, and the conservatives don't have any antidote for it. They're hopeless, like they just can't compete at all with that shit, man. It's just sad, man. Like y'all are embarrassment, man.
And it's truly a societal thing, because where I live, when I grew up, we lived by the old school. If you ran from the cops, you were going to get fucking roughed up when they caught you. If you fought the cops, you were going to get the shit kicked out of you. If you killed the cop, you weren't coming home. You know, that was the rules. And that's how it still is out here. So it's a societal thing. It's how much will society allow where a person lives.
Gunned down in the. And we begin with the developing news out of North Philadelphia, where a suspect is in custody in the death of a Temple University police officer who has been identified as Christopher Fitzgerald. That arrest happened in Buckingham Township, Bucks County, around 7 o'clock this morning. That's about 12 hours after Officer Fitzgerald was gunned.
He got caught at his mommy and daddy's home.
Down in the line of duty trying to stop a carjacking. Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson has been following this story all morning long. She joins us live at police headquarters. Becca, we've just learned that the DA's office has charged him with murder, making him ineligible for bail.
Christy, disturbing details from the district attorney's office about this crime, including the alleged fact that this suspect, after shooting Officer Fitzgerald dead, attempted to steal his gun and go through his pockets while he was lying fatally wounded on the ground.
Damn, that white boy.
He allegedly did it. He's on tape, isn't he?
That white boy is a soldier, man. He's a soldier. He went through the cop's pockets, man. He ran.
Right, he bunny-eared him. That's what we used to call that.
In theory, he's gone now. He should be gone forever. But nowadays, with the liberals, he'll probably do what, 15, 20?
Nah, he's a white boy. He's never getting out.
15 to 20 minutes.
I don't know, man. I don't know. These liberals, they happen to like cop killers.
Nah, but this white boy is never getting out. Ever.
Officer
I have a
Christopher
hard time
Fitzgerald
believing
was a dad, an avid runner, and a beloved member of the Temple University Police Department. His picture sits where he was shot and killed Saturday night on 17th in Montgomery, where he was patrolling alone, trying to stop a carjacking in progress.
Get out of the car. Give me the keys, damn.
Fitzgerald was shot in the head and pronounced dead at Temple University Hospital. The manhunt for his killer first took police to 30th and Sedgley, where they found the vehicle, and then to a farm in Bucks County, where sources say 18-year-old Miles Pfeffer was arrested Sunday morning.
Lived on a farm in the suburbs, came to the city. It was out there wilding in the city, man. Living just enough for the city now. Salute to my man Luigi, man, for the PayPal, man. Salute to you, man. He says, thanks.
Morning.
I think it's just phenomenal for the family, for law enforcement, for the city to get someone in custody so quickly.
The U.S. Marshals, Philadelphia Police, and the Bucks County CERT team took Pfeffer into custody on the 2300 block of Quarry Road in Buckingham Township, using the handcuff.
Look where this fucker lived at.
It's a glider, though, man.
Wonder if they took him to Burger King.
He is cooked. They can't wait to get their hands on one glider who tried to carjack somebody, shot a cop. Oh, he is under
killed the cop.
He is the sacrificial lamb. Just headshot him and then rummaged through his pockets.
Have you seen the did you see the show last night where everybody was crying? The goddamn police chief. I mean, not the police chief. Yeah, the Temple police chief, the president. And I look at that in a different light now, knowing that it's a white guy. So they knew it was a white guy. So that's what all the grandstanding and crying was for, and making it, you know what I'm saying? That's what that was for. They knew last night it was a white guy. If that had been a black kid that done this, they would have tried to make it about something else. Guns, there are too many guns on the street. Last night they weren't saying there were too many guns on the street. They were like, this is the worst thing that ever fucking happened.
He was an artist. He was on his way to save a busload of orphan children.
Salute
and this guy just killed him for no reason. He accidentally ran a bullet through this cop's head.
But no, do you know who that the dead cop's father was? He was the commissioner of the Fort Worth police department. He's been the commissioner of like at least 4 different departments, including Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Wow. So this kid was a life cop, a lifelong cop. Wow. That's crazy, man.
A cop family.
A dynasty.
A cop family.
Patrolling alone in fucking
just like firemen or
cop royalty.
Anything.
Cop royalty.
Yeah, patrolling.
Yeah, they wear the white shirts, right?
Of Officer Fitzgerald.
It's a tradition that we do anytime there's a fallen officer, and we felt it was important to remember Officer Fitzgerald by once again placing his cuffs on the suspect.
Law enforcement agencies praising the quick work to get this suspect into custody. Again, he's facing charges including murder and murder of a police officer, which, Christy, as you noted, means he will not be eligible for bail. Live here at Police Headquarters, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6. Action.
Oh, and the dead cop is a Sun man.
Yeah, definitely.
So
looks like he looks like a Sun
glider. Yeah, something like that. But a glider on Sunman crime. He killed a cop. They are gonna everything that they should have every last year. They should have given to every other person that they've let go for gun crimes in Philadelphia. They're giving this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll be let go too, honestly.
Nah,
I think same here. I think he's good. You gotta understand. Look what happened in Memphis. They call that racism. When they're PO, when they're cops, all that shit goes out the window. Because the cops are they symbolize the oppression and the racism of this country.
Not in this case. Not in this case. This one's all turned around on its head, and they can't. This guy is done. He must have been so high on something to do this.
Oh, get the fuck out of here with that high shit, man.
He was high on that shit called hip hop.
Get the fuck off the high
I think
shit.
so too. I really think so too.
You platters make me fucking sick with that shit. Every time
the reason why I'm saying this
is fucking meth or some shit, man.
I'm just saying for him to not realize that if he
not realize what
like this,
no,
he didn't know who the cop was.
Not realize what.
Not realize what? What are you talking about?
It's just some dipshit in a cop car. He didn't think it was some cop royalty dynasty grandson of the fucking chief of the world.
Cops. You don't kill cops.
Oh no, killing cops is fucking just dumb. Or used to be anyway. Now it's okay.
Hold on, man. So he killed the cop. He killed the cop, and then he rummaged through his pockets. He was on some super thug shit, man. He wasn't on no fucking drugs, man. He was on thugs.
We are learning that
I'm not trying to apologize
the line of duty is
crazy. You can't talk over the video, man. Like
son of a former.
You guys got to stop doing that, man. We get it. You're not trying to say that. We get it, man. Not fucking meth, not none of that shit. Until we fucking find out furthermore later. If we find out later, fine. Right now, this kid was already committing another crime. And then when he got caught, he killed the cop for catching him in the crime.
We are learning that a Temple University police officer killed in the line of duty is the son of a former Fort Worth police chief. Fort Worth police confirming Officer Christopher Fitzgerald is the son of former police chief Joel Fitzgerald. According to Temple University in Philadelphia,
Joel Fitzgerald, sound like a glider.
Officer Fitzgerald was shot in the head by a robbery suspect last night. The university says that suspect is accused of robbing a convenience store near the Temple campus. Officer Fitzgerald later died at a hospital. The suspect was arrested earlier this morning. Officer Fitzgerald's handcuffs, we're told, were actually used to take that suspect into custody. Now, in a statement, Fort Worth police sent their condolences to Fitzgerald's family and loved ones, saying in part, quote, his memory will live on in the hearts of those who knew him and in the community that he served.
Salute to my man, Lamont H, man, for coming through with the cash app, man.
The son of a former Fort Worth police chief was killed in the line of duty. He was a police officer in Pennsylvania. Christopher Fitzgerald served as an officer at Temple University in Philadelphia. According to the school's president, Fitzgerald was shot while trying to stop a robbery on Saturday. He was rushed to the hospital, but he later died. Christopher is the son of former Fort Worth police chief Joel.
Son, man. Wow, Joel. Damn, man. Listen, man, these are the black people that the black community fucking despises.
Right.
That's what he was saying.
These are the people that the sellouts, the fucking guy, the common criminal. Actually, this white boy got more rank in the black community now because he's in the can. He's in the can.
Now you're actually starting to move closer to my position.
But he's in the can. He's locked up. He's thugging. He out here catching bodies and more. I'm not even talking about
Scottish, so AB will grab him up.
I'm not even talking about amongst the dregs of black society. I'm talking about the African American studies crowd. I'm talking about the fucking
the same crowd.
I'm talking about the fucking bullshit, the wokey woke crowd. This guy's a fucking sellout, and his son was a sellout.
Fitzgerald. He served as Fort Worth's chief for 4 years, from 2015 to 2019. Fort Worth PD released this statement today, tweeting their hearts go out to all of Fitzgerald's family, friends, and fellow officers during this difficult time. They said, quote, "We extend our sincerest condolences to all of those affected by this senseless act of violence," adding, "His memory will live on in the hearts of those who knew him and in the community he served."
Let me see.
What do you think? What do you think that Joel, can pull some special favors and winds up accidentally in a room with this glider for about 10 minutes alone?
No way.
The cameras off.
No fucking way. That's you watch too much movies. That never happens. No way. This guy will.
Yeah,
this
no,
guy,
it's worth too much.
This guy will be treated just like any other prisoner. I promise you.
Even better.
Gets, oh yeah, you the CEO. You know, everybody gets treated the same, right?
No. This guy right there, he gotta be extra cautious with him. They can't let him get touched.
Yeah, everybody. There's no. This not a movie. It's not like a Serpico or some shit or whatever movies y'all be watching. When they process you, you become the epitome of a number. Like they just throw you in the holding cell, and then you go to court in the morning, and then that's where if you go to jail or you go home or you go to prison or whatever, they extradite you back to some state. It's not like personal. Not all this shit is fucking saline and fucking just robotic, man. I've been through this process. They put your fucking hands on the AFIS thing, the automated fingerprint system. They roll them. They take your picture. And they put you. I mean, it's all
unless you're Epstein.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like, I mean, this stuff is. There's no different treatment from anybody, man. Did you
hear what that glider did after he shot the cop?
Yeah,
he tried to rob him.
Yeah. We just talked about that. Yeah, he went through. He rifled through his pockets, man. Here he is. Look at him here in fucking in detention, man.
That's a whole lot of he don't give a fuck.
Nah, that's a whole lot of oh shit, what have I done? That feeling right there, man, you'll have that feeling right there if you just rob somebody and you're facing fucking 10 years. Like that feeling he's having right here, like listen, man, that feeling is just the feeling of like, yo, listen.
This is when the hip hop starts to wear off.
Exactly. This is when you realize you're going to be in prison in Pennsylvania, most likely in the Philadelphia area, with a bunch of fucking fake Muslim psychopaths. They're fucking
some looking to turn his asshole 6 ways from Sunday.
Yeah, man.
He's gonna be making those Dorito flavored tacos, right? With 7-Up and stuff, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be doing all that. Look at this guy, this lady. This lady says, and this looks like a white lady too. She says, I don't know, looks pretty all right, face is intact, hair's still there, no bleeding, no swollen anything. Did he get McDonald's before this arrest?
It's on its way.
Yeah,
here it comes. Here comes the fucking
pizza, hate, man. This guy says, and this guy comes in and says, "Hold on, let me get to these." And this brother responds to her and says, "Regardless of the color, if a suspect didn't resist while being taken into custody, then the police won't have to use force. Either way, why bring this up? What kind of agenda are you trying to push?" And then this person fighting for change 215 says, the black guy who shot the cop last week is alive and well. And then he says, and then his sister comes in and says, preach. Well, she says preach to the of course you know her. She says preach to the woman stirring up trouble. Hold on. These people are fucking sick, man. And okay, here we go. And it says, obviously there's no purity in anything, but 90 to 10, it's not usually like that. Fuck this dude, period. So this white woman is on the is this is the woman stirring up trouble. Let's see what she looks like. The woman that's stirring up trouble. She's this chick. Oh shit. This is the chick that's stirring up trouble about white and black and how white people get treated better than black people.
That could possibly be a glider with lots of tats, man.
Yeah. She's trying to make herself look less gliderish by roughing herself up and shit. So she's out here stirring up big trouble online.
Is that her real picture though? Or is that some fake computer
Most likely
account?
Most likely, man, it's a real picture. Most likely. These people don't have to hide. Like, they don't have to hide. They're winning. They ain't running for this. Like, she could say anything. If she's on this side of it, she could call me a nigger.
Damn.
Like, she ain't got it. She to keep her job. I mean,
Right.
if she's on that side,
Yeah, I know. I agree with you.
she could say, I don't know how to use the internet. I don't know where the voting precincts are. She could say, I don't understand how to fucking work a voting booth.
Yo, but the other side can't even message somebody something wrong.
She can even say you don't know
It
how
comes
to
out
get,
of the air in public.
She can even say
Right.
you don't even know how to get ID, man.
Yeah, she said, I don't know how to use ID. I don't know how to get ID. I don't know where to get ID. I don't know what ID is good for. She could say, I have no control over my actions. I have no agency. I can't, if you put a gun near me, I have to kill somebody. She could say all those things. She's on that side. She says, I'll send my thoughts and prayers. Opie still looking unharmed after killing the cop for the gram, though. She out here stirring up trouble. And watch sisters. Look at this sister. Exactly. This sister's like, exactly.
Somebody, you know what? Somebody needs to say on there. Somebody needs to say Becky's trying to cause trouble, man.
This sister said exactly. That any other time she hates that fucking glider queen, man. She
be calling her Becky, right?
Karen. You call her fucking Karen and shit. And now she's fucking exactly like fucking this shit is just fucking crazy, man. Yeah, this sister saying preach. This sister saying exactly. They got this other sister right here. She's like, preach. They don't like the truth. He could have resisted, ran, and etc. They still would bring him in unscathed because he's white. Drop that mugshot.
What? Okay, we need. What are the odds that if this guy ran from the cops, he'd still be talking?
Don't run from the truth about white privilege. He looks pretty comfy for a murderer. Woman, they fucking arrest murderers all the time in Philly. Those guys. I think these people are fucking crazy.
But I mean, think about it. He killed their. Maybe some of them were friends with this guy.
Nah.
They have been told this group of.
You don't think any of these guys want to fucking beat this guy? Want to beat him?
His dad was a Philadelphia cop too.
I promise you, my hand to God, they want to beat him up. But you know,
no, I that's not the point. You know what I'm saying? They're not. They want to beat up those black guys that fucking spit on them and fucking kick and punch them when they're trying to.
Right, true.
And 99% of the time they don't get
right. Exactly.
If this guy would have sneezed wrong, they would have beat the shit out of him.
This guy says, you sound crazy. You know, it's multiple videos of black males unarmed and not resisting, and they still get killed or beat. So now they're taking the black mind is strange because it works with anomalies and outliers as if they're the norm.
They've been told every day for how many years?
No, it has nothing to do with
happening everywhere.
Bill, it has nothing to do. It's the way our minds work. It's nothing to do with nothing y'all did or
look, but a brother clapped back at him though with some data. Let's see what he said.
Yeah. Brother said more white people get killed by cops than any other race. See that they're gonna say, and they'll say, well, it's more white people. That's why, and then you got to come back with, well, I mean, there's a gazillion more interactions with the black community.
He came back with okay, face palm.
Yeah. And look at this guy, calls him a savage animal, prime example for the death penalty. Never see the sunlight again. Privileged little rat comes down to the city to buy a drug paraphernalia from High Times on 17th and Cecil B. Moore, and then does carjacks and commits a murder. Truly disgusting. Please pray for my friends and family and his children. Thug gangster wannabe, enjoy prison. Hope you enjoy prison, pretty boy. Needs worse than prison. Okay, so.
Yo, is that you making that noise, Zach?
Yeah, that's me. That's me on the screen. I'm pushing the screen up. Yeah, it said, and then went home to go to bed like he did nothing. His sister don't know that. Like, sister, that's what your son does. Your son is in your house every night after doing carjacking. Yo, that's nothing. Going to these people are fucking crazy, man. It says, looks like he'll love the spread apart and cough in prison. Oh man. Yeah, this kid's fucked. And he deserves to be. And I don't think any white people will try to cape for him. I think that, he's pretty much screwed, and that's just his lot in life. And
yeah, he's done.
Yeah, he's done.
He got super high off the hip hop and just started doing wild shit. But yo, the only way you could get a razor line like that anymore, Ark, at your age is if they hit you with some of that black magic, you know what I'm saying? Hit you with some of that color up front and kind of edged you up with the color. They might be able to get you back like that, but you can only get that with youth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I won't even let them touch my hairline anymore.
Yo, just let them push your line back. I no big deal.
Nah. Salute to Stephanie, man. Stephanie says, long time listener, first time catching you live. Oh wow, we got a first time live listener, man. Salute to Stephanie, man.
Hit the link.
Hit the link, Stephanie. Link is in the description box, man. Anybody wants it, everyone, you're all welcome to come up. Link is in the description box, I presume. Yeah, I put it in there. Yeah.
So is Bucks County a wealthy area, or what is this?
It's suburb. Yeah. Did you see his house?
No, I didn't see the house. I missed.
He lives on a farm.
Maybe he's like Amish or something. He decided.
No, he's not Amish.
No, it looks like some poor little rich kid.
He's just a little white guy, man. Just a little.
He's gonna get himself a good lawyer then, man.
No, but there's no lawyer. Let me tell you something. Lawyers are good for certain things, but in this case, what the lawyer can do is negligible. Like the lawyer can
keep the needle out of his arm.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a win.
I don't think they have that in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they don't have that, but the lawyer can probably get him instead of life, the lawyer can probably get him 80 years. And then at least it's not an L, because you don't want an L on the end of your sentence. So maybe the lawyer can get him 80 years, and then maybe in 40 years, they can some like Innocence Project or Pasty Lips can come and like say, he some shit, and maybe try to get him out in 40 years.
This guy does not look like the type that some pasty liberal is going to try to get out of.
You underestimate the liberals, Zach. Yeah, I think you underestimate the liberals.
The pasty liberals ain't coming for this dude. The bullshit laws and sentencing is gonna let this dude out in 12.
Yeah,
20 years.
Do you think they could flip this over to the feds because he shot a cop?
Yeah, I mean they can do. They're gonna cook him in a big pot. So you're gonna like the Bugs Bunny. They're gonna be cutting the carrots up. He's cooked.
Hey, just today, I read the paper. I'm gonna make it short. In 2010, 2 Puerto Ricans and a Sunman killed a Sunman cop. 12 years later, they're talking about releasing them because they're saying the cops fucked up that investigation of technicalities and shit. Don't
that's
underestimate the
different. No,
liberals.
that's different. There's gonna
But
be
they got
fucked
this
up.
guy on camera. This guy's on camera.
Yeah, there's gonna be no fucked up on this investigation. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that can happen, but that's rare shit. Like you're talking about.
They're saying that this past year, Kim Fox put in the prosecution team one of her attorneys that leads the integrity unit or some shit. You know what time it is, huh?
Yeah,
don't underestimate these liberals, dog.
I'm not underestimating.
He's the wrong color.
I'm not underestimating them. Trust me, I'm not.
He's a criminal. They love all the criminals, man.
They are no, they're not this guy. He is the example. They got him.
Let's go to Memphis for a second, man.
Before I forget, Nashville played a trick on you, man. I was watching last night. I just didn't jump on. Nashville is slick with how they report the crime.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to really see some stuff, you can't just type in Nashville. You got to type in like Nashville shooting or something else.
Oh, okay.
And it pulls all of the local news. Like, you noticed last night, the shit you went to, it was just all from Channel 5.
Right. It's only
you see what I'm saying? I was like, what? Nah, I went, man, because it's been wild around. We just had another interstate shooting just about 3-4 days ago. Shit's been wild.
Wow. Okay. I know that now.
In Whitehaven, things were calm and still Sunday morning with just these yellow plants dancing in the wind. But just a few feet away, you'll find this yellow crime scene tape, an indication of what happened hours earlier.
The first shot was like pow, 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 like 9 times. Then the second shot, it was like about 20 times.
This man, who did not want to show his face on camera, lives just off East Shelby Drive. It's also where you will find the Live Lounge, which markets itself on social media as a hookah bar. Just before 1 a.m. Sunday, it became the backdrop to one of 2 violent crime scenes.
Oh, I've been here 2 years, and it's like, no, we never heard anything over there.
Detectives say when they arrived, 2 people critically injured were rushed to Regional 1. 5 others were also taken to area hospitals in private vehicles. Neighbors were not sure what happened at the time, but they knew it had to be something serious.
I know it was like an assault rifle from this side over here, and all you hear like, then all of a sudden you hear like this charger just ball off.
After hearing the nearly 24 rounds, the man we spoke with said he and his wife quickly ducked for cover. He also described that vehicle that was speeding away, gone in an instant, hiding under the cover of darkness. This was not the only crime scene. 1 mile away at Shelby and Boeingshire Drive, detectives discovered a man shot dead, with 3 more victims critically injured. Investigators believe the 2 crime scenes are connected. In total, there were 11 victims.
There was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that much.
There was also shock coupled with sadness.
Think about this. You had 14 kids in Georgia shot, just the teens or kids, because one was 5, but 14 kids shot in Georgia in a fucking 12-hour span.
That was in 12 hours. Damn.
Yeah. You have 11 shot in Whitehaven. This is just a neighborhood in what's Whitehaven?
It's a neighbor. I looked it up. It's a neighborhood in Memphis.
It's one of the worst, and the locals call it Black Haven.
For a woman who told us her baby brother was one of those still fighting to survive. Others who stopped by out of curiosity were at a loss for words. One Memphis mother telling us, despite feeling helpless, she's certainly not powerless, leading her to call on a higher power.
Lord God, I'm a praying mother.
Lord God, it seems like when a fucking piece of shit Pookie gets killed by a cop, they know how to fucking mobilize and change laws and fucking talk to congressmen and talk to get fucking people to come to the city, lawyers and activists.
Launch political careers.
When there's black crime, Lord God, I'm a prayer. Like, come on, man. Use the same energy you have for fucking goddamn Don Travius that got killed by the cop.
Well,
it's like they're fucking retarded.
Until about 2 months ago, they could have called the Scorpion Squad.
Right. Facts. These people are fucking retarded. I mean, it's and I know it's the way their brain works. Her brain is just different. I get it, but god damn, it's starting to get annoying, man.
Despite feeling helpless, she's certainly not powerless, leading her to call on a higher power.
Lord God, I'm a praying mother over all of the children of the world, Lord God, and I just ask you right now to touch their hearts and show them.
What does she think? If this was, think about this. I want y'all to feel me on this. If this worked, would not this woman be a gazillionaire and be the prettiest woman on the planet and be married to the fucking most powerful man in the world? If this shit worked. If this shit worked, I would have a trillion followers and everybody would donate $20 every second. This shit obviously doesn't fucking work.
And you can't do every single thing wrong that this God that you praying to asks of you, requires of you. You can't do everything the opposite of what he asks and then say, but please, Lord, stop it.
Yeah, but just think if they would have put together a squad of elite cops who might have run up on that just before that happened, or grab those guys, what would have happened then?
Grab you and those kids, it would have been a fucking problem.
Them a better way. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Wow, a powerful prayer. Folks, take a look at your screen.
It's over some bullshit. You can just look at them. You know this was over something. Like
stupid.
To a normal person. Yeah, to a normal person.
Really stupid.
To them, it's probably the biggest deal in the world, but over something fucking retarded.
Stepped on my sneakers in the mall or something.
Over something dumber than that, man. Not even
what somebody said on Instagram.
Yeah, something stupid.
Detectives giving us these photos showing 3 people police want to speak with in connection to the shooting. All the trio, rather, I should say, are persons of
you almost said it. She almost said it. She called herself.
A powerful prayer. Folks, take a look at your screen. Detectives giving us these photos showing 3 people police want to speak with in connection to the shooting. All the trio, rather, I should say, are persons of interest. The third man wearing this T-shirt with the green design on the left side of his chest may have been injured, possibly needing medical attention. We're also showing you photos of the cars. The 3 were likely.
If you were blind but listening to the news, you would have no idea what the hell these people was talking about, who they were looking for, who had done this.
Yes, we're going to begin with breaking news. 1 person is dead, 10 others injured after 2 shootings overnight in Memphis. Police suspect that both incidents are connected.
WGN's Brona Tumulty joins us now from the newsroom with the latest. Brona.
Good evening, guys. Yeah, rounds of gunshots piercing the air not once but twice overnight in Memphis in close proximity to one another. The attacks that police believe are connected, and they're trying now to track down a trio of suspects. An eerie stillness descending over Memphis Sunday morning in the wake of 2 shootings, at least one of which has already proven
this fucking leprechaun bitch tripped me out.
deadly.
The first shot was like pow, 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 like 9 times. Then the second shot, it was like about 20 times.
Those who heard the commotion telling our sister station the first gunshots erupted at the Live Lounge, a hookah bar, just before 1 in the morning.
Oh, I've been here 2 years, and it's like, no, never heard anything of it.
A total of 7 victims there quickly showed up at local hospitals. But as detectives rolled out their yellow tape around this crime scene, they heard about a second one about a mile from this location. Shots fired in the street there left 1 man dead and 3 others critically hurt. Police have now released these photos showing 3 people of interest they'd like to speak with about the shootings. And with today being a Sunday, some are simply calling on the power of prayer for each of the 11 victims overnight.
For all of the children of the world, Lord God, and I just ask you right.
And she's always after me Lucky Charms.
Can I say something about the photos of the suspects? They don't look like they needed a sandwich. It doesn't look like that this was committed in order for them to get sandwiches.
No, these people are fucking well fed. They're doing great because.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Erica Stanish. A 2-year-old boy remains in the hospital after a shooting last night in Duquesne. And as KDKA's Lauren Linder found out, the aftermath was all caught on camera. She's live.
23 hours ago in Pittsburgh.
Tonight at Allegheny County Police Headquarters with the exclusive video. Lauren.
Erica, Allegheny County Police say the 2-year-old boy remains in critical condition as they try to figure out who's responsible. At the same time, we're also getting a closer look at how things unfolded after the shooting in Duquesne. Duquesne police raced to the hospital with a 2-year-old boy who was shot in the stomach. The aftermath all caught on camera in the neighborhood by North 3rd and Ulver Streets Friday night.
Victim's going to be a 2-year-old child.
It starts just before 9:15. A person runs from a white house. Then about a minute later, you hear
that person had some speed on him, man. That person was moving, man. That was like a 4.240, man.
A person runs from a white house. Then about a minute later, you hear a woman praying, crying for help. The woman walks in and out of the home with her child in her arms, waiting for police, when suddenly a car lights up the street. Officers pass the house. The woman brings her little boy to them, and they take off.
Look at how this, what a great setup this is, man. Not for nothing, man. I mean, like, think about it. This was a cave woman. You're a cave woman. Somebody comes, hits your kid with a spear. They run off. You're pretty much screwed. I mean, nowadays, you just make a phone call. Somebody speeds over, picks him up, flies him to the hospital. I mean, this is
pretty damn good life, ain't it?
You gotta.
The bonus is those terrible racist cops do that. They come and save your kid, man.
But you gotta not take that for granted. Like, that's one thing about life, man. Like, it's like those little things are what make you rich. Because everybody wants to be rich.
Right. Dude, I'm so privileged to be where I am and live where I am.
They for sure take it for granted,
Yeah, I mean, it just what a great situation this is. I mean, think about just if she was on the African savannah, or in the bush, in the Congo, or on a rainforest.
A lot of places in the world, not just Africa. A lot of places.
No, I get what you're saying, but and some spear chucker came along and threw a spear and it hit her 2-year-old, and like, I mean. Just the fact that there's a place in this city, multiple places in this city, where there are magicians. Those surgeons are magicians. You talk about witch doctors and sorcerers from back in like the old days. These guys make those witch doctors and sorcerers look like nothing. These guys are magicians. They'll cut some skin off of here, graft it here, take a tendon from here, re-put it here, cut this, that, sedate you. You won't feel a thing. They'll make fucking 1,000 cuts on you and you won't feel one.
Truly impressive.
You gotta not take that for granted, man. And here's the thing. These people all get $8,000 to $10,000 back on at tax time.
You beat me to it. I was finna say not a one is paying federal taxes
and income taxes, and they're getting Medicaid, so they don't pay a penny.
These people get free insurance, and I promise you, I'm telling you, they get. I used to be one. They get $8,000 to $10,000 at tax time, and it's. Let's just say they get it. Let's just say they file early, right? So they get it about now. Let's just say they get it now, right? H&R Block, they get they pay to get it. they, you know how they do the early filing where you just like, just give me my money now, and you take the fee out. It's gone by April, and there's nothing to show for it that's not a trinket.
A material.
Maybe some rental furniture.
Yeah, errands.
Yeah, some errands.
Life insurance on somebody?
Never anything like that, Bill.
At this point, there'd be an investment opportunity.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, man. I mean, what a great setup they got here, man. This is a great system, especially when you live in a dangerous area. You know what I'm saying? Like when you live in an area that's just a jungle, what a great setup.
Duquesne police raced to the hospital with a 2-year-old boy who was shot in the stomach. The aftermath all caught on camera in the neighborhood by North 3rd and Ulver Streets Friday night.
Victim's going to be a 2-year-old child.
It starts just before 9:15. A person runs from a white house. Then about a minute later, you hear a woman praying, crying for help. The woman walks in and out of the home with her child in her arms, waiting for police, when suddenly a car lights up the street. Officers pass the house. The woman brings her little boy to them, and they take off.
The medics are requesting that you stop for them to catch up with you.
You can hear the urgency on radio traffic.
We already passed them. We don't have time to wait.
Allegheny County Police say the Duquesne officers met up with an ambulance halfway, which transported the boy to the hospital.
Kudos to our police department for quick thinking and action, because that may have saved a life.
Mayor Richard Adams heard the news from the Duquesne police chief shortly after it happened.
And at first, I thought I wasn't hearing properly. I said, "Did you say 2-year-old?" And he said, "Yes."
The age of the victim boggling both his mind and that of Sadine Miller, who lives in the area. He himself has a son who's the same age.
It's scary.
While circumstances surrounding the shooting remain unclear, gun violence is becoming all too common across the greater Pittsburgh region and the country.
Where has the moral compass of this community, this county, this state, this country gone?
I really hope that he's...
Who thinks it's the moral compass, man? That's the problem.
It's one of the problems.
I think maybe they shouldn't have voted for a vegetable for senator. Also.
I was gonna say, I guarantee you, he voted for Fetterman.
Of course he did. Of course he did. I mean, these people have no fucking it's like they live in the moment. They don't live in the moment. They live in the second.
Common across the greater Pittsburgh region and the country.
Where has the moral compass of this community, this county, this state, this country gone?
I really hope that he's safe and that we can get to the bottom as a community.
But one question remains. What's the solution?
And it has to be stopped. And as elected officials, it's on our doorstep, and we need to get it off our doorstep.
Now, it's unclear who fired the shots, but police don't believe it was a drive-by shooting. They haven't taken anyone into custody. If you have any information about what happened, you're asked to call them. For now, reporting live.
So mom's not telling who shot her 2-year-old. And, hey, man,
I was going to say, they saw on the video who shot the kid. It was the motherfucker running.
She lives in the
57.5%.
What, Duquesne?
Yeah, 57.5%.
Jesus, that's a huge number. That's
astounding.
Huge number. Like, you can't have anything but that with that percentage. Like, with that percentage, you're lucky if the fucking street lights work, man. Golly, man. But still, you got a fucking state-of-the-art hospital. That hospital was amazing out there, man, in Pittsburgh, man. They got amazing surgeons.
Well, that's for that small town Duquesne. It's a tiny town. It's only like 6,000 people. is that Duquesne's not. It's the Pittsburgh metro area, but it's not Pittsburgh.
Right, but trust me, they have other hospitals.
Oh, they have great hospitals here. Yeah, it's
Pittsburgh,
crazy.
man. I mean, like, come on, man. Like, that's a flagship, um, flagship city. Like, that's one of our great cities, man. On the East Coast, man, or Midwest. I don't know what you would call it, but yeah, man, they probably have 4 hospitals within like a 40-mile radius, man, that are better than anything in the Congo or in Zaire or Romania. Well, not Romania, but like anything better. They don't
I mean, I would guess Romania too. To be honest.
Yeah, man. I mean,
well, yeah, Pittsburgh is actually I mean, it's a medical hub. I mean, it's the medical industry is very centralized there too. Just the industry itself, and the hospitals are first rate.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. I mean, like these people, it's just they take it for granted, and they shouldn't. And it's hard not to. Let's just look at what these trauma centers are like, man. I always wanted to do.
In the world of emergency medicine and trauma, there is often a thin line between life and death.
And the people who walk that line every day are some of the unsung heroes of our medical world. A special report tonight from Doug Dunbar.
Kaylee, tonight we get rare access inside one of the busiest trauma departments in the entire country. It's JPS in Fort Worth. Who are these people? How do they cope when they often deal with the worst that the world has to offer, an average of 312 times a day? The only way to find out is to go inside.
Hey guys, we need in here. She was released from the ICU 3 days ago.
It's just afternoon, and a badly injured woman has come through the doors at JPS.
Now,
Make it a level 1.
Somebody give me some bags of normal saline.
She is losing blood fast.
No.
In an instant, the trauma bay fills with team members. It looks and it does feel chaotic, but this is well choreographed. 8-year veteran trauma nurse Hunter Langley is point person for communication in the room and with the patient herself.
Tell me your name.
In those first few critical seconds, a primary RN will find access points for IVs and blood. There's a respiratory specialist inside, technicians, radiology, residents. Trauma medical director Raj Gandhi is overseeing the big picture.
I got a 20 in her left ankle.
The faces behind those masks in this room are those of moms and dads, sisters and brothers. But those are sensitivities that they all agree must be left outside the doors of trauma to do what they do inside.
You experience stuff here with coworkers that your family has no idea about. They don't fully realize, I think, the things that you go through, the things that you see.
2 minutes since the patient was brought in. They still can't stop the bleeding.
Give me your tourniquet, please.
She is in and out of consciousness.
You're in the right place, okay?
Exactly 4 minutes in, Dr. Gandhi reaches for the black phone. That's the direct link to the OR.
Hey, it's Gandhi. We have a level 1 that needs to go.
In seconds, the team is briefed.
We're going to be taking her straight to the operating room, OR 9.
Less than 7 minutes since she came through the doors, the patient is now on the way to the OR, and she is not out of the woods.
She's lost quite a bit of blood already.
Dr. Gandhi, a husband and a father of 2, embraces the work of saving lives here, especially at a place where they will never be turned away.
You have patients that have been to every other place, and they've been told no. And they come here, and we take care of them.
Inflamed, right? So this is acute cholecystitis.
That same passion exists for trauma surgeon Therese Duane, wife, mother of 4. She tries not to take her work home, but admits there are times when she can't avoid seeing home here at work.
Have I cried on a partner's shoulder? Absolutely. Have they done that for me? Yes.
Why?
We've had people who are close to us that we've known.
Come through the door.
Who we couldn't save, yes.
In the OR, they've slowed the blood loss. A quiet intensity has now settled into the room. If things don't end well, it then becomes one of the toughest parts of a surgeon's job.
How many times in your career have you told a family member that you couldn't save them?
In the last week, I've told 3 families.
But not today. That life that hung in the balance 20 minutes ago is finally stable, thanks to the quick and caring hands.
Another day in the life.
For this shift at JPS Trauma, it is the first win of the day. And if it's an average day, it's 1 down, 311 cases to go.
Okay. And this is just one of the many hospitals in this metropolitan area. I mean, listen, man. Think about how many sons would be dead if you didn't have this, man. I mean, the murder rate would be astronomical. It would be through the roof. It would be double. It would be at least double. So with his 10,000 were murdered last year, sons, you'd have 20,000 murdered if it wasn't for this.
There's a thing called the golden hour. Have you heard of it, Ak?
No, what's that?
From the time you're injured, whether with a gunshot wound or a traumatic injury like that, you have an hour to get you from the incident site to a hospital, and your chances of survival are, 80-90%. But if you go outside that golden hour, the numbers drop off real fast.
Real fast.
Salute to David for the Cash App, man. Salute to you, man.
Oh, and DVK, get well. Sorry.
Yeah. You don't get this nowhere else, man. You get this nowhere else on YouTube, man. There's nowhere else where you're gonna learn how lucky you are and how great you have it. Because now you're rich. You don't have to fucking be jealous of anybody because you're rich, because you have access to this.
We continue our Stories of Survival series. Every day this week, all new at 5, we're focusing on the lives impacted by gun violence.
We want to show you these sobering numbers. According to the nonprofit Gun Violence Archive, more than 26,000 Americans have been hurt in shootings so far this year, and there's still 4 months left of 2022. More than 3,000 of those victims were children and teenagers.
And here in Atlanta, shooting victims often end up in Grady's Marcus Trauma Center. The Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin spoke with the team there about what it's like to actually treat these survivors. Beth.
And Tom and Courtney, we talk so much sort of on the news about the mass shootings, and those do take a terrible toll on communities. But at Grady, people come in with gun injuries every day, every night. And we got the chance to go inside Grady.
You're on mute, Ak.
In these sun cities, these damn people come in with gunshot wounds. It's like a revolving door.
So here's a question. I have a question about this. So think about this. So if there weren't so many really great trauma centers, then some people would be going to jail for much longer sentences, right? Because you get a shorter sentence for attempted murder than you do for murder, right?
That's true.
So these people are saving 2 lives. They're saving the life of the person who got shot, and they're saving the life of the person who shot them.
Wow, that's deep, man. Hell yeah, man. That's so deep. Yeah,
great point.
Because like we talked about with the 2-year-old that got that gunshot, when that 2-year-old body is not equipped to take a gunshot wound and survive.
Well, no, I talked about it the other day too. That when there was a great big span between the end of Vietnam and the Gulf Wars, and all those surgical techniques and saving lives was all done in the Chicago and all these urban areas because the military wasn't in a fight anywhere. So they were going to the civilian market to learn stuff from doctors about how to save soldiers.
Yeah, and these people right here, like you had the one in Memphis, 10 shot, 1 dead. You know what I'm saying? Like those type of numbers, you only see those in the stand. where these fucking magicians are.
To the top surgeon and paramedic about treating the survivors.
You see the shootings on the news. Dr. Elizabeth Benjamin sees what happens next, what bullets can do to the human body.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Patients come in, they're scared, obviously. They've lost a lot of blood.
Dr. Benjamin is chief of trauma surgery here at Grady Memorial Hospital, one of the busiest trauma centers in the country.
We see a lot of this violence come through our doors, and we treat a lot of these patients. When the patient comes in, they're often low blood pressure, mental status is not always there because they've lost so much blood.
Grady EMS lead paramedic Fred Chamberlain is usually one of the first on the scene.
It could be one patient, it could be 5 patients. You don't know until you get there.
Chamberlain's been responding to shootings for 25 years.
Every call is different. Every single one of them's different. It could be easy peasy, hey, oh, shot in the leg, all right, let's ride, we're going to Grady, to you've got 4 holes in your chest, I hope we make it to Grady.
Because with some firearm injuries, every minute can matter.
You just watch somebody slowly head towards the end of their life as their color becomes pale, their breathing becomes labored, and it's a race against time on those patients to get them to a trauma center so the surgeons can actually open them up and stop the bleeding.
Once they get the patient to Grady,
we take them rapidly up to the operating room, and there's a team there on standby ready to go.
But Benjamin says they don't often know what they're up against until they open the patient up.
We see a lot of people that come in with minor wounds, but then also people that come in with really major wounds. You see just a small wound on the surface, but inside the bullet has done pretty amazing destruction to the body that requires, a lot of medicine and a lot of surgery to try to make them better.
Benjamin says we hear a lot about mass shootings, but they see the daily toll of gun violence.
This happens every single night. Every single night we have people coming in shot. I can't remember a time that I was on call when I didn't see a gunshot victim.
On a busy shift, they may have 3.
Did you hear that? She can't remember a time when she didn't get a gunshot victim.
And that ambulance guy, 25 years, imagine the shit he's seen rolling around in the back of that van. I mean, just the worst of the worst injuries a human can witness.
He probably also marched in the BLM rallies.
This place, I mean,
so here's the question: Why
he might have, but that doesn't negate the fact that he's going to have some serious PTSD issues from seeing
why do you get less for attempted murder than for murder?
Because the person survived. It's you gliders made this system.
Yeah, but weren't you trying to kill the guy, right? I mean,
listen, you gliders made this. We would just put a tire filled with gasoline around their head, set it on fire, and be done with it. You figure it out. You tell us, man. This is your system, man. This is your system, man.
He is not lying.
This ain't our system, man.
It's still better than Nicholson.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time that I was on call when I didn't see a gunshot victim.
On a busy shift, they may have 3 or 4 shooting patients in surgery. In 2021 alone, just over 1,100 shooting survivors were hospitalized at Grady.
And that person that's shot and they're in the hospital, their family is affected, their life is affected, their job, their livelihood, their ability to earn a living, complete school, take care of their family, all of those things are altered, often forever.
Because Benjamin knows even the best medicine sometimes isn't enough.
That's part of my job. I understand rationally that I can't save everybody that comes in, but you can't help but be affected by that. Gun violence is something that affects people every single day. It needs to stop.
Now think about it. There's probably 2,000 places just like this in America where the surgeons have the same story.
Imagine the cost.
Oh yeah, we already talked about that. I had the numbers. Damn, I had a graphic of how much it costs.
Yeah, I saw the numbers somewhere. How much it costs a year?
Dollars. It costs like $1 gazillion, man. In every city, in every metropolis, it's $1 gazillion for this stuff. Like Mayo says, man, you'd have condos on fucking Saturn If this was fucking, if it wasn't for this shit. No bullshit.
If we weren't blowing $30 billion in medical care away every year.
This shit is
$557 billion a year.
Yeah, 557 billion. Yeah, it's basically a gazillion. This stuff cost a gazillion dollars a fucking year. From a bunch of people that don't put anything into it.
They have no skin in the game.
Hate your fucking guts. And are actively trying to tear this shit down.
You know, everybody would have luxury housing.
Yo, they would have cured everything. They would have cured everything. There would be no. Listen, man. There wouldn't be anywhere that didn't have fucking like what's that? Those trains, those real fast trains. Every train would be like that in the country. Every fucking car would be a fucking supercar, whatever the fuck kind of super. Every computer would be a supercomputer. Every fucking you would have everything if it wasn't for this shit. This shit is and listen, it's like I said, from a group that hates your fucking guts. I don't think gliders know how much. Like if you're a son, you grew up hearing you got to work twice as hard. You grew up learning they beat you in slavery, and then you throw in just the natural innate jealousy that a person would have from somebody that was that much more successful than them. That has nothing to do with the program, but just the fact that like you just look and see like they're doing better than you. You that natural jealousy mixed with the programming. Glad I just don't understand how much the average some person hates their fucking guts. So let's get to the main event, man.
Tonight, new information on the deadly shooting of a young mother outside of an Irmo Kroger. Our Andrew Fancher spoke with the husband of Alexandria Boris and reports from where she was killed.
Tyler Boris respectfully declined an interview, but what he did say was that his 26-year-old wife took her last breath in this parking lot. It happened on Valentine's Day, less than a week after her brother died from a gunshot wound.
It's really sad. She didn't deserve to die for that.
Alexandria Boris's friend Sonny says Boris called her.
Oh, so she was proximal. So this might have been, she might have, the son woman who she was arguing with, she might have thought, well, I got son friends, so I know how to handle these situations. You know? Like, kind of like, you know, like, I'm around some people, bitch, fuck you, bitch. And then, yeah, you know what I'm saying, Stunner? Like, it's kind of like.
Yeah, I feel you, definitely.
Like, she's comfortable. She probably thought it was.
Yeah, she thought it was the usual interaction that she probably done had in the past with some people and with the wrong people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like this ain't your friend. This one wasn't your friend. This wasn't your girlfriend.
These people don't know you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't say the N-word around these people. You know what I'm saying? You
type shit, you know what I mean?
You ain't got no N-word pass around these people. So yeah,
from a gunshot wound.
It's really sad. She didn't deserve to die for that.
Alexandria Boris's friend Sonny says Boris called her work mom. She says she was heartbroken to hear about her friend's death. The two last spoke the morning of. Boris's husband tells WIS she was shopping in Kroger with her sister-in-law, niece, and nephew on Tuesday. After packing groceries in the car shortly before 4 o'clock, investigators say an argument broke out in the parking lot. The Irmo Police Department says 23-year-old Christina Harrison pulled out a gun and shot.
Yeah, I mean,
jealous.
I mean, that's definitely a factor in it. But I wonder what I was thinking. Kels, what the argument was about, and we know it was something just ridiculously stupid.
You
But
scuffed my car door when you opened yours. You got too close to it with the cart.
Too much. That would be legitimate. I'm sure it was something like that's really legitimate. Somebody scuffs your car door when they open your door. That's you're gonna be mad. I'm talking about stupid, Bill.
What if they just got close to it?
I don't know. I think it was probably it's got to be like this woman. It would be stupid.
And pulled out a
Gave her the
gun and
finger.
shot Boris once in the head. Harrison surrendered to Irmo PD.
She shot that woman in the back of the fucking head. As she was, the woman the woman thought it was over and went to. She got the argument with this woman. It was like, all right, it's over with, and then
turned around, and this chick was like, "Bitch, boom."
Don't do that.
You're it.
Don't do that. Okay, let me just say this to you guys. I try to keep you guys alive. That's why I never tell y'all to jump out the window, be mean to some people, try to go gung ho. I don't tell you all that. I push it back against that, right, Marcy? I push it back against all that Rambo shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that.
Yeah, you tell me. You're like, hey, don't look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look away from him. Don't let him get behind you. Just slowly back away.
Because the average person can't compete with this. So it's like I don't want y'all to think that you get that the Rambo shit gonna work. The Rambo shit not gonna work. So it's like this woman, it's never over. Even if this woman had gotten in her car, exited the parking lot, exited the mall, there was still a chance that woman would pull up beside her in traffic and shoot her. Right, Stunner?
That is a possibility. But again, I don't believe anybody on this station has ever advocated for arguing with some person in the parking lot about any damn thing. So this is out of the purview of I think anybody on this panel.
Yeah. I'm like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
You know what? Not even off-duty cops are safe, because this morning on the train, an off-duty MTA cop got dragged off a subway car at the City Hall station by a Sunman and had the shit beat out of him just because he looked at him funny.
Put that in the back chat if you got it. But
yeah, actually, there's video of the guy walking away. I don't think there's video of the actual beatdown, but I'll find it. Hang on.
Okay, but yeah, like this right here, this happy picture. This woman, and when I saw her that she had a sister as her bestie was a sister. That's like, it put things in a whole new light, but still, man, like you're arguing with her, and I get it. Like you're with your cousin and your nephews, and you know what I mean. Nobody wants to, but it's hard, man. I get it. It's hard. Like, yeah, I mean, I get it, man. It's some things you just can't get out of, man.
Before 4 o'clock, investigators say an argument broke out in the parking lot. The Irmo Police Department says 23-year-old Christina Harrison pulled out a gun and shot Boris once in the head. Harrison surrendered to Irmo PD before Boris was even pronounced dead on scene. Sonny says that Boris...
She surrendered to the police before the woman was pronounced dead on the scene. And here's the thing. Prison, like, this woman...
She didn't make a move. She just stood right there after she smoked that girl in the back of the head like so.
She never thought of taking her own life because prison is not a bad place. Prison is, like we talked about with the surgeons, prison versus a damn tire full of gasoline around you. Like this woman, in her mind, she's won the lottery 1,000 times.
Now
Please,
give her hand braided.
yeah, exactly.
She'll be
Like,
out in 7.
nah, she's gonna do every bit of 15, man. No way. No way she's out in 7. No way she's out in 7. She'll get 20 and do
After
15.
everything you've seen
No,
in your
no.
career,
It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad when you shoot somebody in the back of the head. No, it's not that bad yet.
In South
It's not that bad.
Carolina, I doubt it.
And then it's a Krogers, so there's cameras everywhere. They're gonna when they show that video, you know what? I'm gonna say she does 20. I'm gonna say she does 20.
She might do life.
Yeah, yeah.
If not death.
Yeah.
I'm in the same state.
It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. Yeah. Go ahead, Marcy. Tell us.
No, I'm saying I'm in the same state. I mean, if she got found with if it's brought up the first degree murder, then she's done for. If she's lucky, she gets life.
Yeah, it's not that bad, Stunner, where you can just shoot somebody in the back of the head, and then you know what I'm saying, in front of a bunch of witnesses and cameras, and just like get 7 years. And it ain't that bad. It's getting there. It's trending there, but it ain't there yet.
23-year-old Christina Harrison pulled out a gun and shot Boris once in the head. Harrison surrendered to Irmo PD before Boris was even pronounced dead on scene. Sonny says that Boris's brother died just 6 days earlier.
And she, messaged me and was like, I just really need a hug from you, mama. And I wasn't able to meet her. And I was actually supposed to meet her on Valentine's Day to give her the stuff that I made for her. So she texted me that morning, and I never heard anything back. And we obviously know the reason why.
Sonny worked with Boris at a doctor's office in Columbia for several years. She was a cosmetologist considering a degree.
Very pretty young lady, man. Very pretty young lady. I mean, and like trashy, regular pretty. I'm not saying she's a movie star, please. I'm not saying she should be in the fucking movies. But if you're a fucking regular, trashy white guy from South Carolina and you bag her, you hit the fucking lottery. All right?
In nursing.
And it's just really sad that you took away a mom, a sister, a daughter, a wife, or something so senseless.
Sonny says her heart goes out to Boris's parents because now they have to coordinate a funeral for 2 children. Reporting in Irmo, Andrew Fancher, WIS News 10.
Harrison is charged with murder, unlawful carrying of a pistol, and possession of.
Her brother just died. That's awful.
Was just killed. Gunshot wound.
The firearm during a violent crime. Lexington County Bond Court says Harrison was supposed to appear yesterday, but her attorney waived the hearing.
Thank you, Afra. And now the latest on an Irmo woman who was killed in a shooting outside of a local Kroger. She's 26-year-old Alexandria Boris. She was shot and killed on Tuesday afternoon at the Kroger off of St. Andrews. Officers say she and 23-year-old Christina Harrison got into an argument that led.
They're going for a mental thing because they've already waived the hearing.
Well, yeah, okay. Well,
That is step 1.
We'll see, man.
Afternoon at the Kroger off of St. Andrews. Officers say she and 23-year-old Christina Harrison got into an argument that led to one of them shooting the other and then driving away. Police say the two didn't know each other, and the reason behind the fight isn't known. We spoke with a frequent shopper at Kroger.
Well, they're saying they shouldn't have guns. An ordinary person going to an ordinary grocery store should not possess firearms. They need to do something about that.
Who's this clown?
But and their temper to be.
But is there not like some truth to what he's saying, Marcy? Like
No, because clearly the woman who got shot in the back of the head would have fared better if she'd known better.
Marcy. Okay, there's an argument. The glider woman turns around, she's done with it, and she's packing groceries, and the sister shoots her in the back of the head.
Because the sister shot somebody,
Yeah,
does not
the
mean
glider having
that.
the glider having a gun would have done no good at all.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm saying that there's a way of thinking when you're carrying a gun. You avoid arguments. That's one of the things. When I took that class,
If
even
she had
before
the
class,
training,
yeah, you learn to avoid you learn to avoid needless arguments because you know that you could potentially end the other person's life. So you would get away from that situation. You see it before it even showed up. So
But the sister had a
and
gun.
if it did happen, you would know not to turn your back on a snake.
Exactly.
So you walk backwards.
You are trained in those things, Ak, when you get your CCW.
Okay, no. I know people with CCWs. I got you, and I'm
Only
what I'm
places that
talking
require
about.
that.
What I'm talking about is something different. What I'm talking about is this guy knows that there's a certain group of people that don't have the impulse control to have a weapon that can just immediately delete someone.
The framers of this country did not have that in mind. So because of that, for better or for worse, that right will be granted, or this country will never be the same.
Yeah, all right. Well, make sure you hit the PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Support the channel, man. Make sure you sign up for the Patreon too. So let's try to get some new patrons today. And also the merch store. Got a lot of merch at the merch store. But mainly hit the PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Support the channel.
And this dude's still wearing a
That
mask.
aggravated over a parking space, if that's what it was, doesn't make sense to me.
Well, about 90 minutes after the shooting, law enforcement tells News 19 that Christina Harrison turned herself in.
Live now from
I
Fox,
put
we want to continue to update.
I put the New York story in the back chat. You can see a video of the guy leaving the scene.
All right,
of crime.
let's see it. Please don't tell us about it. Let us just see it. Thank you.
Live now from Fox, we want to continue to update you on stories that are making headlines. A South Carolina woman was shot and killed in a grocery store parking lot after an altercation with a stranger on Valentine's Day. Tyler Boris said his wife, 26-year-old Alexandria Boris, was loading groceries into her car at the Kroger in Irmo, South Carolina, when she got into an argument with a woman she didn't know.
Okay, so the argument seems to start while she's loading the groceries. Because they didn't say it started in the store and spilled out into the parking lot. So it just started while she was loading the groceries. Something happened.
Yeah, the argument's obviously get your ass out of that parking spot so I can get in. Just load your damn groceries faster, you know.
I mean,
or just what the fuck you looking at, bitch?
Yeah, true.
Or she could have been, hey, I'm done with my basket. Do you need my you want my basket? It's like, I don't need your basket. It's like I need a basket.
What, bitch?
You know,
You think
something
I
like
work
that.
here?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it could have been. I promise you, when it comes out, I promise you, it's the dumbest shit you ever heard of in your fucking life. I just know it. I just know it.
To Fox 57 Columbia. After the argument was over, the stranger, later identified by Irmo police as 23-year-old Christina Harrison, allegedly pulled out a gun and shot Boris in the back.
Now think about the gliders that she's with. She's with other gliders, family members and whatnot, who've been like marching and protesting and saying all type of stupid shit, like that one glider in that chat in that comment section from earlier, stirring up trouble and trying to pit people against other people and shit, chat rooms and shit. And they see this, that they encounter this woman, and with 10 seconds, their loved one has a bullet in the back of their head, or 30 seconds. Like, that gotta be such a fucking shock, man. Like, because these people really, if she's got a son, sister, bestie, that son, sister, if you're a glider and you have a son, sister, bestie, you're fucking one of the annoying wokes. Like, you can't not be woke. You have to be super woke. Her bestie keeps her in a state of like You know what I'm saying? Like
Hyper wokeness.
Yeah, I'm a victim. You know, I can't do anything. Like this woman,
Everything is racism, and she agrees with it.
Right.
agree. She has to.
You know, she has a Black Lives Matter T-shirt.
Yeah, like we're not gonna be friends. They wouldn't have been friends at the time of this killing if she wasn't like that. So you know she's like annoyingly woke.
The couple's children, a 2-year-old and an infant, were in the car when she was shot. The Irmo Police Department said the incident took place around 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Officers arrived to the scene shortly after and pronounced Boris dead. After talking with witnesses and viewing surveillance footage, Irmo Police said investigators...
Surveillance footage. There's no way you can watch somebody get shot in the back of the head like that. A jury.
Just executed her in front of her damn children.
This won't go to trial. They're not gonna. Her lawyer's not gonna let them show that. This is gonna be a cop out.
South Carolina has the death penalty.
Not know each other.
Yeah, this is gonna be a cop out. She's gonna cop. They're gonna offer her something, and whatever they offer her, she's gonna take it.
And were involved in a verbal altercation before the shooting. It's unclear what led up to the argument or what the two women were arguing about. Harrison initially fled from the parking lot, but called to turn herself in around 5:30. Later that day, she was booked into the Lexington County Detention Center Tuesday night. Jail records show Harrison is charged with murder, unlawfully carrying a pistol, and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. The New York Post reported Harrison was scheduled to appear in court on Wednesday, but her private attorney waived the hearing. Tyler said his wife's death comes just only 6 days after her younger brother, Brandon, died from a gunshot wound. He told local news outlets...
Brandon Boris. We got to find out what Brandon
I
Boris.
guarantee is a son man too.
Dude, South Carolina, the preferred method of execution is still the electric chair. And then you can opt for either firing squad or lethal injection. They're old school there, man.
Hell yeah.
Old Smoky.
When was the last time they executed someone?
That was a year ago.
So one a year? That's not very promising.
Yeah.
And then a sister.
They need to put in an express lane.
The Ron White joke.
Yeah, you're gonna execute a sister? Come on, they're not executing a sister. Man.
They ought to.
I mean, they're not.
What?
All right, man. I'll take that bet.
Last one was 2011, from what I could see.
That they executed a sister.
Last execution. It doesn't say who it was.
Yes, well, it sounds about right.
Yeah, man, they're not executing.
They're not executing anybody anytime soon.
Yeah, man, you executing no damn sister, man. You crazy, man. What is it, man? This is a brutal murder, man. Don't get me wrong, it's terrible, but I mean,
it's worth dying for. She should get killed for that.
Content, like you just kind of gotta like,
if there was anybody who was candidate of put the gasoline soaked tire around the neck and let it go, it would be this person.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, definitely.
You know what I say? I say firing squad by bad marksman. So she got to run around the yard a little bit, while they chase her around with firing at her.
And was enrolled in nursing school, was the best wife you could ever ask for there. So sad news there out of South Carolina for that family. And what we will do, everyone, is take...
Good evening, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, so let me... man, I mean... I think I got some stuff on Instagram about this stuff, man. This one right here, yikes. This is a rough one, man. It said link in the bio. Let me see. This one right here, man, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Man. I just, there was nothing this woman could do, man. Sometimes there's nothing you can do, and then you have to deal with that, man. You have to deal with that, man. Sometimes you have to deal with it. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do sometimes.
Definitely. Sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, she just, you just met your match, man. You.
But arguing was definitely a bad move.
Yeah, man.
Other than shooting
Probably
first.
asked her to put back her cart.
Hey, what was that chick's younger brother name?
Was it Robert?
Brandon.
Brandon.
I looked for it. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything, but maybe he committed suicide. I couldn't find it.
I think they said he was murdered.
They said gunshot wound. They didn't necessarily say murder.
I mean, either you don't turn your back or you shoot first in that situation.
You just don't get in an argument.
I was gonna say, or you don't get into the argument.
Well, yeah, but if it's on something really, really dumb, then
Nah, even still, don't waste your time getting in an argument with someone who you could tell they don't have all their faculties together.
Well, hold on. How can you tell they don't have their faculties together when you're friends with a Sun woman and you're proximal? And no, seriously, like, and that's just how, like, you've what do you call it? You've accepted that. It's kind of like when you're around like a kid, like when you're around a baby, like you accept the babies. You don't expect your fucking baby to fucking be like a rocket scientist. You know that they gotta develop, so you accept certain behaviors out of them.
Right.
When you're around, and when you're a glider and you're around some people, not only is it the cognition, it's the differences. So everything isn't about like mental cognition or IQ. Sometimes it's the differences. It's you're walking through the mall. An old lady on the other side of the mall trips and falls on her face. You clutch your pearls. The Sun sisters laughing. You know what I'm saying? or like, you know what I'm saying? Just little differences, man, between the groups, man. And it's like you accept those. So maybe, a Sun sister reacting crazy and arguing with you over something stupid, you're like, okay, I'll argue back. This is how they do. This is how they do.
So I said the Carter incident because I'm a Sun man, but I also have Sun men friends. I was at the grocery store with my Sun man friend one day, and I think we were about to go into the grocery store. The Sun man was walking out. He put his stuff in his car, and he was on his way to put it back to the cart section. He's like, "Hey, do you need these baskets? Do you need this basket, sir?" My Sun man friend said, "Do you look like I need a basket?" You know what I'm saying? He was like, I'm sorry. In my mind, I was like, we really do need a basket. You know what I'm saying? But he was, my Sun man friend, he reacted totally, crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like my mind, like, why'd you act that way? But that's how they act, though.
Yeah, it's just differences in the way, and acting that way keeps you alive on a savannah full of little villages of Sun people.
Well,
still need to know what the argument was about, or whether the argument even exist, whether it even happened.
Look, 3 days ago, I almost got into a fight with a firefighter at the grocery store. I accidentally hit him with the cart in line, and he turned around and he got hella pissed and shit. But luckily, I was able to talk him down. He had that white mental capacity.
Well, I've seen up in Harlem people cut in line at the local grocery store, and they had to call a platoon of cops to chill it out. I mean, we're talking about an argument over somebody cutting in line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
But the biggest difference, from what I understand, remember the movie Precious?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember the scene where like Monique threw a frying pan at Precious and hit her in the head and knocked her out, right?
Right.
So in a white community, I heard in white theaters, if you saw that movie in the white theater, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Everybody's crying.
Oh yeah, nah.
If you saw that movie in the hood, everybody's laughing.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're going, ooh, like, yeah. Salute to you guys, man. Thank you for the $5 challenge, man. Salute to ears. Salute to Rami, man. Salute to Rami, man. Yeah, man. You don't get this anywhere, man. Yeah, I just don't understand. I just don't know where you could go. And tell me, man, please. Y'all did hook me to one channel. I did check out Chaotic Truth, man. Chaotic Truth, because when I'm driving, it's because I definitely got to go. I'm going to New York next week, so I'll be needing something to listen to for these long drives. And I have been listening to Chaotic Truth, man. Salute to Chaotic Truth, man. He does good live streams, but it's different than this. It's different than this, and I don't want to compare him to me, but it's different than this. But I'd just like to know where you could get this. If you could, tell me. So when I'm doing my long drives to DC, to Virginia, to Maryland, Virginia, to New York, I can listen to something, because I can't, a lot of this stuff I can't, on YouTube, I can't, handle because they'll say one thing and I'm like, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be like, oh, they woke. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I thought you were concerned. Oh, you woke, and I'm out. I need something that I can listen to for like 5 straight hours while I'm driving. Salute, though. You said hood conservative. Yeah. But yeah, salute, man. Yeah, man. I just be wondering, like, where the fuck do you get this? Because it's like people act like it. Yeah, don't take me for granted like some people take the surgeons for granted, man. But yes,
never that.
There's this kid that's like 19 or 18 years old that I just watched the other day. He was on like a panel like this, and it was in a studio or something, but the kid was so fucking smart, and I can't think of what his name is. Is that ringing any bells for anybody out there?
Are you talking about that fucking Fresh and Fit crap?
No,
I seen a clip from Fresh and Fit, and yeah, they had this like fucking 15-year-old kid talking to these goddamn strippers, and everyone's like, he's a genius, and it's like, well, he's talking to strippers, of course he's smart.
Yeah, right, because he asked them what book they read or something. No, different thing altogether.
I just put a link in the back chat of a guy who you know what a stringer is? No. The guy drives around and films like
the news chaser. Yeah.
Right. He chases all night long. He chases crimes, crashes, and fires. Right. In New York City.
Scanner chases.
Nothing like this channel, but kind of cool. Like if you're doing a long thing, he's like he rolls up on crime scenes and stuff.
All right, let me move along.
Please subscribe.
Oh, this guy's just showing pictures. I think he's showing the location.
And she did not know when the two were fighting in a grocery store parking lot. Police say it happened at a Kroger yesterday afternoon. 23-year-old Christina Harrison is now facing murder charges.
Time for any and everybody.
That shopping center is our go-to shopping center. So this whole
dynamics ripple effect throughout the community.
And the Boris family tells us that they still are organizing funeral arrangements. The suspect, Christina Harrison, is facing murder and weapon charges. She is being held here at the Lexington County Detention Center. In Lexington County, I'm Sydney Edwards, Watch Fox News, Local First.
Man, what a situation, man. Let's
that news anchor is unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly, man. Man, give me. Oh yeah, you said you had the story in the back chat, right? The New York story. Yeah, let me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, man. Oh, this is a live. I can't play a live on my live. Like if you play
No.
live,
The one, the link above that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, if you play someone's live while if you live stream someone else's live, yeah, you get they.
No, I put that in as a suggestion for you to watch it at another time.
Yeah, you can't do that, man. Okay, this is the one. All right. Oh shit. Wow.
Video is the best part, actually.
Oh my god, man. This is the video right here. That's not.
It might be a commercial or something first. I don't know. Oh, there he is, right there. Yeah,
there he is. I see him. There he is.
This is after he beat the crap out of an MTA off-duty cop for no reason at all.
Son man hit hard, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, man. Son man hit hard.
He dragged the guy out of the subway car, threw him down on the platform, beat the crap out of him, basically curb stomped him, and then he walked away like that.
Stranger yanks MTA cop off subway train, pummels him for looking at him. Cops. An off-duty MTA cop was dragged off a Manhattan subway train and pummeled by a stranger, who apparently went berserk, all because the victim was looking at him. And now listen, a lot of times you got to also know, like, you could be looking, and I've had this, I'm a son man. You're looking at someone, or you're looking at something, or you're staring into space, or you're looking at somebody behind them, and they think you're looking at them. And I think maybe Stunner is probably the only person on here that could probably help me with this. I think you guys don't understand how high that ranks on the list of offenses against a son man. That's extremely high on the list.
It's
like,
high, bro.
Yeah, you may think like it's around like 50 or in the 60s. That shit is probably top 5. Like that's looking at a son man crazy, or being perceived to look at a son man crazy. That shit is so high on the list that it almost, that's why I talk about different species. It's way too high on the list, man.
But see, that's why I was thinking in the last story that is more than likely what sparked that argument, is because it's something in the son man, especially a son man that's like down on his luck or feeling bad at the moment. They will find the nearest glider, and if that glider is looking at them in any way that can be perceived as crazy, they're gonna
they'll go kick a puppy
to
make them feel good, right? Now imagine the uproar if this. What color is the cop? Have they said?
We don't know, but it's an think about this, off-duty cop, and he's in his 20s, so he's not some old man.
Yeah, but he could still be in uniform.
Well, hold on.
I think he's probably a glider. I wouldn't be shocked if he's a glider.
Listen. None of that matters. Me or Stunner could have been me or Stunner. it would have been, she just
Yeah,
shot us.
Yeah, anybody can get it at that
Like
moment.
that's nothing. This is not like a thing they do to gliders. They kill each other all the time for this, man. We kill each other all the time. That's what I'm
But
telling
hold
you. Like,
on. But I have to say this though, because again, our upbringing, you in the Northeast blue states, you know what I'm saying, and me in the Southern red, I saw some people like just specifically choose the nearest glider because they was having a bad day. You know what I mean? They was having a bad day, or they was broke down on their luck or something like that, and they took that anger and they used that to be like, what are you looking at, or what the fuck is your problem? And that led to a beating, bro.
no,
Well, yeah, here it's just like the old adage. Okay, my wife pisses me off, so I yell at the kid. So the kid, he can't yell at his mother or me, so he'll go yell at the dog. It's the same scenario, just different players.
well, not really. Where I'm from.
Yeah, but when you look at this guy, the guy who's leaving the beatdown, he looks like he's having a great day.
In DC, where I was from,
oh yeah, he skipped
kill each other all the time over that. Like, it's like a son man looking at another son man. It's a form. They used to call it gritting or mugging. Anybody from the DMV know that they used to call it gritting on people back in like the 80s and 90s. Then they call it mugging on people. And it's like you look at them in their eyes, you look down to their shoes, and then you look back up to their eyes. That right there,
Them's fighting. That's fighting words. Without saying a word.
dominance. It's like a dominance. Yeah, mean mugging.
Yeah,
It's
yo,
like
that happened to me recently. I was getting a haircut, and for
yeah,
some reason, this Burrito was looking at me. So I look
yeah,
at him, I look away, I look back. He's still looking at me.
yeah,
I look away, I look back. He's still looking. So I tell him
yeah,
what.
yeah.
Maybe he recognizes you
But
from
but
a
he
job
was
site.
but then I realized that he was like 17-year-old. Oh, now he's a little boy.
Yeah, they do that too. Yeah, definitely. But I think the average person, and that's why I say like being like proximal is a problem, because you could be staring into space and the space you're staring at is the sun man's in that view. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that's why I say like a lot of times like I get y'all trying to like everybody got their 2 cents. I'm not trying to say, but something if you don't understand, just tap out, man. You don't understand, man. It's all right, man. You don't have to like know everything. You
Hey,
can't
here's a movie idea
understand.
for you to make.
Hold
Here's a movie
on.
idea.
Hold on. You can't understand how fucking high on the list of offenses that is. It would be like if you were at your job, right? And you found out like tapping your pen on the table was a fireable offense. Or you found out like folding your arms was a fireable offense. You'd be like, what? Like, that's how high looking at a sun man is on the list to get you fucked up shit. So
that's what I'm saying. Do you know how they made that story? There's 1,000 Ways to Die in the West. That movie, the funny one. Well, you could make 1,000 Ways to Die in Blackistan and just have these different things where you just get killed for dumb shit.
Oh no, Bill. In the standard 6 million ways to die. You never heard of that, Bill?
Okay, make it a sequel.
6 million ways to die.
Salute to True Business. He says y'all need to understand that America was built on gangs. I think you mean gangster. A lot of folks have gotten complacent here. We started gangster and stay gangster. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. R.I.P. Tupac. Yeah, to a degree, but what constitutes gangster is different for every group. So what white people consider gangsters different. What Hombritos considers gangsters different. What some people consider gangsters different. They all may have some similarities, but the totality of what gangster means is different. with each group, and that's where the problems is. Like shooting into a house is when you're mad at one person who might not even be there. Is gangster in some community. In other communities, it's like, well, why risk going to prison if we're not sure we're going to get the person that we're mad at? Like we may go to prison for killing a kid, and now we're in prison for the rest of life, and the guy that we're mad at is still out there. You know what I'm saying? Like some people think differently, but some people don't. We think like just shooting into the house, the kid might not even be there. His grandmother might be home alone. Like, you know what I'm saying? We think that it's different. Everybody's different. A goddamn tiger may think like like stalk the person and try to get away with it and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's interesting. That's an interesting point.
You know what I'm saying? What's gangster is different to every group. So let me salute to CA. He said, remember the son man that beat the senior glider for waving at his baby and smiling at the car wash? If you got that, CA, get that to me because I remember that story. I did that story. I did that story. That was a doozy right there.
Yeah, it's almost tied to impulse control, right? Like he's looking at me. I feel this way about it. I need to do something about it right now, as opposed to like processing it, being patient, maybe getting over it.
Impulse control has something to do with it. Is a big part of it, but there's also the part of it, the disrespect part. Like Sun Man takes disrespect as we process that a lot differently. We process that a lot more emotionally than other groups do. Like if we feel slighted or disrespected, it hits us more in our core.
Yes.
It shakes our foundation.
Yeah, the
more than
respect thing
shakes
is
other groups.
Major.
Yeah.
But how odd that this specific group that is like taking L's, they don't have shit going for them. They're so prideful, Like these, I'm talking about in particular, like that small group of sunmen that are, destroying society. They don't have shit going for them. They're jailbirds, and they're so prideful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. That's it's just how we are, man. I mean, there's a lot of things that are counterintuitive about our nature, man. There's a lot of things, a lot of things counterintuitive, man. Doesn't it doesn't make sense a lot of times, but it makes sense to us. It would make sense on a savannah where there's a tribe here of about 1,000 people, another tribe here that they got their face marked up differently. This tribe, they marked their face up differently. They hate you, you hate them, da, 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 da. These little tribes. And if you're gonna survive there being all patient and waiting for things to fucking pan out and trying to, reason, and that wouldn't get you anywhere. That would get you dead. You'd have to be snappy with it to survive in that.
Right, like just it's doesn't make any sense. Kind of like Danny Nightblade don't make any sense, Yo, I wanted to say something to you. Chief. I feel like on my thumbnail, I need to put a disclaimer, right? Hombritos do it too, because gliders like Danny and Stuntman like Nate Campbell, I see them saying that. What about the Hombritos? Fine, we do it too, but me and you, we both know that we do it too, but not quite like.
Okay, how about this, man? Give me a city, man. Give me a city, and let's find some Hombrito stuff, man. Let's go on a search. Let's go on a search.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
You said Santa Fe.
Perfect. I like it. Let's go.
Right. Salute the Demolition Man, the movie. I'll give it 2 years. The cops will be reformed to passing out tickets. True Business says coping with emotions low on the list in the hood. Yeah, I mean, listen, man. I mean, some people don't even understand the things I'm saying. The reason I understand these things is because I've pondered on these things. There was a time in my life, even 10 years ago, where I didn't understand none of this shit. I just knew that's how black people are. I never peered into the, psychology of it. Some people don't, you don't have time for that, man. Who you want to talk to about it? Hey, yeah, man, say what's up, man. You ever wondered why black people do the thing? Like, niggas don't talk like that. The conversation amongst sun men is bass and like low vibration. We don't
Top
talk.
5.
We don't talk about like deep shit. So you have nowhere to practice that, man.
The
Santa Fe.
Yeah, Santa Fe.
It would be funny as shit though to see a skit where black guys are acting like all hood and everything, and then as soon as the white guys are gone, they turn into Urkel.
That's Malibu's Most Wanted.
If it's not the Umbritos and Santa Fe act, I'll be stunned.
I mean, actually, real talk, the Bronx too.
Oh yeah, the Bronx definitely on burritos, but that's a sun.
Yeah, that's a sun burritos.
That's sun. We're looking for like
let me show me the Aztecs. Show me the sacrificing savages.
Yeah, we're looking for Aztecs, man.
Because we could go to Mexico if you really want to like make it easy.
And the House Appropriations and Finance Committee will discuss a pay raise for educational assistants. House Bill 127 would amend the School Personnel Act to increase their base salary to $25,000.
Okay, so that's school shit. Let's see.
Is that an Umbrita? What does she do? That mugshot?
Oh, hold on. Let me see something. Okay, here we go.
Good evening. We start tonight with breaking news. APD is investigating a homicide in northeast Albuquerque. Officers got a call about a possible overdose at an apartment complex on Montgomery Boulevard near San Pedro. When officers got to the scene, they found evidence that leads them to believe it may be a homicide. Details are limited right now. APD's homicide unit is investigating.
Oh, it's the cartel, obviously.
Oh, really?
It's the mafia. No, I'm just being sarcastic, obviously.
Hey, Wicked, wasn't there a shooting at a mall like in Texas?
When?
I think a few days ago. I think it was on Burrito teenager. He shot 3 people, killed one, but then he got shot and killed by a bystander at the mall.
That's like a good one. Let's go to that one.
Put in the back.
The FBI is searching for a man they say robbed an Albuquerque credit union. It happened around 12:45 yesterday afternoon at the New Credit Union near 4th and Montana.
It's kind of hard to tell, right? Like a sunman, but it's kind of hard to tell.
It looks like a sunman because the protruding jaw, but it's like in the sloped prefrontal cortex in the shoulders. But that could also be in the long ass arms, but sagging pants. I'm gonna say sunman. I'm just gonna say
something. You gonna play it safe?
I posted in the back chat.
All right, thank you, man. Let me see.
The New Senda Credit Union near 4th and Montano. Officials say this man walked into the credit union, showed a knife, then demanded money from the teller.
Nah, that might be a Hombrito. I don't know, man. It could be
his shoulders.
Is 2-year-old news okay?
Yeah, like he's wearing like some kind of
man. We trying.
I have a really good one for you.
Look at those hands. Those are Hombrito hands. Sunman fingers are not stubby and fat like that. Our fingers are long. We got long basketball gripping fingers and shit. Home with a basketball, man. That might be on beat though, man.
8 wearing all black. Anyone with information leading to an arrest could be eligible for a reward up to $2,000.
Oh, okay. I think it's on Umbrito looking at.
I'm going with Venezuelan or Panamanian.
What?
That's run of the mill. What I pasted in the back chat is a guy who did not like the fact that this other Umbrito was dating his 15-year-old sister. So they, you have to click on it to see the rep.
How many times does that happen in real life, though, dude? People get hella pissed off when their family members date.
No. But you got to see what he did to this guy.
Is that in New York?
In New York, yeah, in the Bronx.
I kind of like this Albuquerque thing we got going on right now, though. I'm gonna be honest. What about that mugshot of that female?
That's a woman. She I think she assaulted. Let me see.
A woman who failed to appear at a motion hearing for sexually assaulting a minor charges back in December was arrested this morning. Jamie Sandoval was supposed to be in court on December 21st, but never showed up. She's accused of locking herself in a bathroom with an 11-year-old girl, giving her alcohol and tobacco, then joining her in the bathtub and touching her inappropriately back in March of 2020.
She got glider lips, though. Look at her lips.
No, she's definitely a hybrid, man, but she still got I'll give her own breed on it.
She was arrested on a bench warrant today. Sandoval is charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual penetration of a minor, false imprisonment, and contributing.
Jesus Christ, what a sick woman.
That is horrendous.
Yeah, out here you got a lot of half breeds. I mean, it's very common.
In Santa Fe, there's a lot of hybrids.
Oh, in New Mexico, Arizona,
at the Southwest.
Yeah, out here, out west. From there to be mixed couples, it's a very common thing.
Who are the main ones mixing?
Accused
mainly like gliders and umbritos, just because the population size. But you got a lot of sons, whites, sons, umbritos, everything, man.
For sure.
A man accused of being involved in a dangerous street racing gathering, then running from police, took a plea deal today. Last May, BCSO was called to University and Indian School for cars blocking the intersection and a red Mustang doing donuts. The driver of that Mustang, Nicholas Mahmoudi, ran from police before being arrested at an apartment complex near UNM. Today, Mahmoudi pleaded guilty to aggravated.
A sand sun man.
He was also charged with reckless driving. That charge was dropped as part of his deal.
Your attorney argues that you're not the face of this problem, but it's multifaceted and you're one of the faces. You were there that day. What's concerning to the court is that you didn't have a license plate on your car. To me, that suggests that you anticipated running from the cops if it came to that.
Mahmoudi faces up to 12 months in prison. He will be sentenced at a later date.
12 months, that ain't bad. He'll get probation. He'll get probation. You won't do a day in jail. Yeah, when you facing that little bit of time nowadays, you don't get the ankle monitor, man. What do we got here?
Police say another Albuquerque homicide was because of a road rage shooting. Salvador said about
And that's something that is the roads. I'll give you this. Umbritos make the roads wildly dangerous, man, with their drunk driving, with their road rage, with their hit and runs, with their
No license, no insurance.
Yeah. They make the roads wildly dangerous, man.
Police say another Albuquerque homicide was because of a road rage shooting. Salvador Cervantes is charged with second-degree murder. That's in the January death of Christopher Hernandez. Well, the 25-year-old told police he noticed another car driving aggressively along tramway and would not let them into his lane. He claims that he was then followed to the parking lot of the Albuquerque School of Excellence. Cervantes told police that one of the men had a gun, and as he tried to drive away, he fired his own gun in an attempt to scare them. Hernandez was hit and dropped off at Casement Hospital after being shot. That's where he later died.
He scared him to death.
So isn't this where we in the gun memorial? It was like a lot of Umbrito. Was it Albuquerque or which one was it? Do you remember?
I think I typed in Santa Fe and this is what came up, man.
But Albuquerque dad is behind bars.
A lot of Albuquerque is coming up though. But you know what I'm talking about? It was like that one city where it was like a lot of Umbrito.
This is it. Yes.
An Albuquerque dad is behind bars after doctors found signs that his 2-month-old has been abused. The According to a criminal complaint, the 2-year-old was first hospitalized at Presbyterian downtown. That was for seizures back in December. Investigators say the medical personnel later found a bruise on the baby's right hip, retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, and a brain bleed that was indicating that he was likely shaken. Now, when questioned, the boy's father, Marin Gilmore, told deputies that the baby had RSV and had some difficulty breathing. Now, Gilmore later told deputies while home alone with the baby that he got scared and was trying to get his attention by tapping on his leg and eventually started shaking the baby until he cried. He later told investigators, quote, "I probably was a little too aggressive with him, that he did not intend to hurt him." Excuse me. No charges, however, they were not filed until yesterday. That's with the complaint reading, quote, "Due to a recent civil judiciary decision to allow JT back with the birth family, Affiant respectfully requests this arrest warrant be granted." Now, we asked the sheriff's office why it took so long to file those charges. They said that they were reaching out to the Special Victims Unit supervisor for more insight. We also reached out to CYFD to see if that they are investigating.
Hey, man. Jeez, I mean, that's tough, man. It's tough, man.
Man, kids got it tough over there. Looking like.
Yeah, man, that was rough, man.
Had your kids.
I hate that. I hate that, man. I hate stories like that, man. Those stories make me sick. Oh, okay.
Albuquerque police say they caught 2 bank robbers in the act. APD says its auto theft unit was doing undercover surveillance on a vehicle stolen from the Sunport car rental lot early Tuesday morning. Detectives used the vehicle's GPS to track it as it drove to several banks, including the U.S. Bank on Louisiana. They say they saw a man with a limp carry a paper note into the building, then went back to the vehicle before it sped away. Those detectives then heard a call about a bank theft at the location and a vehicle and suspect with that same description. Police tracked down the vehicle at Isleta Casino and arrested the suspects, Sersteven McGriff and Daniel Garcia, who all...
Hey, man.
Don't do drugs. You know the Coalition Act?
Yeah, man. That's the Black and Brown Coalition, man. Yes. Working overtime.
Also is known as Luis
doing the
Sanchez.
thing,
they both admitted stealing the vehicle from the airport and robbing that bank.
But he doesn't look like a straight drug addict, though. That one on Brito looks like he's straight. He's on drugs in that picture, at least. He's like a junkie.
Dude, man. Funny looking criminal, man. So a lot of the you see on Britos that look like him, that's a trope. Like some of them got that face. I see some of them with that face.
You don't think he look like a junkie? I mean, being fair.
Like a regular son, like better on Brito, man. I mean, like not for nothing, man. Not to me. He just looked like a regular on Brito to me, man.
Right. I feel you. I mean, I know a junkie when I see one, though. You know, but
okay, man. Okay. Look, what we got here, man.
Santa Fe police arrested a man they say used a stun gun on a woman in a parking lot before stealing her purse. This morning, police responded to a call about a robbery in a Target parking lot along Zaffarano Drive. The woman told police that while she was putting her groceries and child in her vehicle, a man used a stun gun on her and stole her purse and other valuables.
Salute to the Ambrito for using non-lethal force.
They're like a Prairie Patel. What do you think?
No. He used non-lethal force though. It's just like like the.
He could have hit it with the arrow. He could have just arrow her.
He been in tacos, man. Don't be playing around.
You think so? You hit him like a Prairie Patel?
Nah, that's it. Look at those face tattoos, man. That's dude definitely in the Ombrito gang.
Oh, okay,
man.
True. We definitely do that.
He's nice. Smash on the victim, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but like he's this is what they look like, and this is
that
central casting for a fucking Ombrito gangster, man. You talking about?
Oh, and that girl right there, she is a bucket full of daddy issues.
According to police, he then fled the scene in a vehicle and was later located at the main city library. After a short foot chase,
to the library, man.
He's going because he's got to finish his degree.
Exactly. He was in the middle of a good book, and he just needed to go do some shit.
A short foot chase, 31-year-old Joshua Sebastian Martinez was arrested. They say the driver of that vehicle was 25-year-old Pauline Lopez. Lopez has been charged with robbery. Martinez with robbery.
Oh, this is not the victim. This is his driver.
Oh, he's a cop. This day.
Oh, nice. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah, Bonita and Carlos.
Clydo.
And resisting arrest.
Yeah, man, salute, man.
He's doing big things with that. He's having the time of his life.
Look, he's going to the library. I mean, he's using a stun gun instead
Stun
of a
gun,
gun. He's on his way up, really.
It can only go from here,
Yeah, man. I mean, look, man. I mean, at some point, man. I mean, if you're in the middle of a good book, man, you got to stretch your legs.
He really is a rape developmentalist because he's employing people. He's got the girl on it now, so that's instead of one person, now there's two people raping. So it's a building company.
Well, it's 5 years after the brutal torture and murder of two teenage boys whose bodies were found on the West Mesa of Albuquerque, the trial began for the three men suspected of the crimes. News 13's Natalie Wattis listened in on the opening statements.
The suspects on trial, Stephen Goldman Jr., Julio Almontero, and Jimmy Adkins, all facing a long list of charges, including murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. The prosecution started with their account of the events that took place the night 15-year-old Colin Romero and 14-year-old Ahmed Latif were abducted, tortured, and murdered when they told friends they were going to buy marijuana and a gun, but never returned. An autopsy report from the Office of the Medical Examiner in 2019 saying Romero
looked like No Country for Old Men, man.
was shot 9 times,
No
beaten
Country for Young Men.
and stabbed in his joints. Latif was shot 19 times. Today, the prosecution highlighted the video evidence and call logs from the three defendants, including Snapchat footage taken on Goldman Jr.'s phone as they drove across the city, torturing the two teens in the car.
Snapchat footage of them driving across the city, torturing the two teens in the car.
They were so stupid that they thought that the Snapchat stuff really does disappear.
Right. But here's the thing, though. These guys get to sit here with their lawyers and be all like, "Yeah, I'm looking at my case. We're trying to beat this. We're gonna."
No, they look like. I think that they probably have some money. I think they all come from a nice neighborhood. They got together. They said, "Let's go get us some illegals and see what we can do to them." That's what happened.
Yeah, this is a great country, man, where you can do that, and just 5 years later, you show up in the court with a suit, and say you didn't do it.
They're like three
Latif was shot
sociopaths that
19
found each other,
times. Today, the prosecution highlighted the video evidence and call logs from the three defendants, including Snapchat footage taken on Goldman Jr.'s phone as they drove across the city, torturing the two teens in the car.
While beating them along the way and filming it, to brutally torturing them and killing them in the West Mesa. They worked together in the end to get rid of the evidence.
The prosecution also going into detail about how the defendants, along with Goldman Sr., went to great lengths to dispose of the bodies, burning out the car they used to transport the two teens, and returning to the desert to rebury the bodies days after the murders. The defense for Jimmy Adkins responded by casting doubt on the reliability of cell phone data and the role Goldman Jr.'s father played in the events that night.
So I want you to look carefully at what Mr. Goldman Sr. has to say about what happened in this case and evaluate him very carefully for the things that he's refusing to say and the things that he might have done. And why is it that these younger individuals might be on trial and he might not be?
Natalie Wattis, KRQE News 13.
Stephen Goldman Sr. pled guilty to tampering with evidence and is serving a 4-year prison term. Stephen Goldman Sr. pled.
Let me guess, meth, right?
Yeah, what I missed.
Meth.
I'm not sure. It's something, man. I'm not sure. It could have been just car exhaust. I don't know.
Yo, Goldman, that sounds kind of a Juice Crew, right? Maybe he was a Juice Crew.
Yeah.
It's multicultural, man.
Yeah, man. All right, man. So you got that, man.
The Juice Crew does it too. You see?
Yeah, you happy? Did you get your fill? Whoever was whining about on burritos.
This is like a Philly of sorts, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could go to LA, man. I'm sure LA has this type of shit going on with the burritos, man.
Yeah, but that stuff is more organized, though. It's not like chaotic, except for the driving stuff.
Yeah, I think
out of what we just watched, what was organized, all that shit was chaotic, instinctive crap.
Yeah, right. The bank robberies and all of that.
No, the bank. Look, the guy was on it. The guy had his girlfriend with him. They're obviously dinks, right? Like like dual income, no kids,
and they end up in a library somehow.
Yeah,
it's pretty chaotic.
He's trying to get his degree,
Hey, one thing's for sure, brother. We're lucky that the burritos are not as impulsive as the Sunman because we definitely are cruel. I'll give you that. Like when we kill something, we kill it.
That's the link I put in there. There's a guy who didn't like the guy who was dating his sister. So he had his sister set the guy up. The guy shows up in the apartment building. The guy comes out of the door, stabs him, and then pours accelerant all over him and lit him up.
Well, he's just having a day,
HP, what?
I mean, I like the desert. That was a good one from Stunner, Albuquerque, Santa Fe.
I like the one with the three. I like the one with the three guys, man. That was really cool, and the father got into it too, which means it's a good father-son relationship.
Right. He's involved. A father in the home.
He's involved in the kid's life.
But that glider.
I was just gonna say, New Mexico is a pretty rough state, man. I passed through there, and as soon as I went in there, I was like, "Holy shit, dude! This is fucking wild, man." Just the way people look, behave, and stuff. I mean, just imagine if, like, the people with homes acted like they were homeless. They dressed like it. They smelled like it.
It sounds like meth country to me. I mean, if I'm mistaken, correct me, but it sounds like meth country.
Well, every place is meth country, but like these people are so degenerate and like don't have anything. I mean, it's just a whole slew of problems there.
I always thought that New Mexico was all artsy fartsy because of that whole Santa Fe thing, And
I mean, there's some smart people. Obviously, there's outliers and stuff, but I mean, just the whole mass and just the way you look at an entire city behave. It's disgusting, dude.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, dude. I just passed through it. I had to stay there a couple days, and that was it, dude. I was like, no, I'm not staying here. I do not like this state.
Have you been to Philadelphia? Or would you rather go Philly or Albuquerque? If you had to pick one.
I did pass. Technically, I've been to Philadelphia, but that was during an 8th grade trip my grandparents paid for. Where with my class, we went to DC for 6 days and New York City for 2 days. So technically, I've been to Baltimore and Philly, but I was in the bus on the highway.
Right, it's kind of different when you're a little kid. Anyway, like you're not really seeing shit.
Oh yeah, dude! I had no idea, man. I didn't even know the guys in suits that followed us around New York City were fucking, off-duty cops. I thought they were just like, oh, they're nice guys.
Right. That are just, oppressing us, tyrants of agents.
The thing is, there are very, very, very nice neighborhoods in Philadelphia. It's really stratified. I mean, it's not like the whole place is not a hellhole.
But I'm sure the same thing goes for Albuquerque then. If that's what we're gonna say.
I'm not sure about Albuquerque.
I I would be surprised if that's not the case in Albuquerque.
No, man,
How
you
can
could
it not
find
be?
it. You could find a gated community in
I'm sure
Albuquerque
you
of
could.
wealthy people that have an
Well,
affluent job.
Exactly.
Part of the thing about Philly and the area is geography. They have like kind of like mountains or hills that kind of separate some of the neighborhoods. They have like a natural almost wall in between
Nice.
some of the neighborhoods.
Well, maybe geography might help, but I don't. In today's modern society, that doesn't matter because it's just we could build shit.
Right. We need some of that fucking natural wall over here. That'd be nice. A little buffer, maybe perhaps from the chaos that who brings.
Yeah, man, the southern border. Is that what you're referring to? Build
Well,
a wall.
I was talking about Chicago specifically, but yeah, fuck it, the southern border too.
Well, the weird thing about New York is it's kind of like block by block,
Yeah, same thing here. Here's more a neighborhood city, like each neighborhood has its own like characteristics, and
Well,
some
you have
neighborhoods.
you have neighborhoods, but then you have even within the neighborhood you have block by block sometimes. I mean, there are some neighborhoods that are just
Kind
solid.
of over here, kind of, but even with that, they kind of still are like similar to one another. Those like block by blocks, and then when you go to a different neighborhood, you could just feel the difference in it. That you're in a different part of like a different neighborhood. Because this is such a segregated city, man. Like it's very segregated here. Like when you're in Chinatown, when you're in on 26th Street, when you're on fucking Madison, off of Pulaski. You know where you're at.
But that's just how America is. From living in a few states here out west. Every single state and city I've been to, you have your glider neighborhoods, your burrito neighborhoods, your sun neighborhoods, and of course you got obviously you have people living everywhere, but like the majority of the population is in that section for one reason or another.
Right.
Maybe it has something to do with like the migration of when those people move there. They move together, so then they just stay there. I don't know.
It's more along economic barriers.
I think so. That's fair to say so.
In New York, you have neighborhoods that are kind of dangerous, but yet you still have gliders moving in.
Gentrifying, they're making it safer through property tax.
Not really.
And rent.
Not really because this
bringing in fresh meat.
Yeah, basically bring in fresh meat. That's what they're doing.
So you don't think that affects like the price of the renting or owning a house in there?
Well, yeah, but in New York we have a thing called rent stabilization. So older buildings, right? Mm-hmm. They can only raise the rent a certain amount. So even if the whole neighborhood comes up, they can't take a particular building and throw everybody out.
I heard about that actually recently here because they're trying to bring that here because there's a Hispanic neighborhood here that's very in demand, and it's a lot of new condos being built up, but there's old houses in there that their property taxes they're paying 20 times from one bill to the next.
Yeah, but if they own their house though, they could still cash out. It's like
if they sell it.
Yeah, if they sell it, they'll cash out and make the money. Like they might have bought the house when it was worth like $10,000, and now it's worth millions or something.
You would think, but they don't want to sell it. I don't know. I don't get it. I agree with you. I would sell it. Fuck it.
Well, a lot of immigrants, once they own a piece of land, they will not. They want to hand it down to their relatives.
Well, it's a beautiful neighborhood. It used to be very dangerous, believe it or not. But now that the gliders have come in, it's a lot safer. It's not completely safe yet. There's still burritos gangbanging, but it's I think in the next 10 years they'll be gone.
This guy died. Did you know that? I didn't.
Beloved stand-up comedian and iconic Law and Order actor Richard Belzer has died. Belzer passed away peacefully Sunday at his home in France. A close friend tells The Hollywood Reporter Belzer had suffered from, quote, a lot of health issues. Belzer is best known for more than 2 decades playing Detective John Munch on Law & Order SVU and Homicide: Life on the Street. The character actor also appeared on The Wire, 30 Rock, The X-Files, and 8 other shows. Richard Belzer was 78.
I wonder what his opinion is on American crime and gun violence.
Everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
We all
Oh,
shoot each other.
don't forget Ice-T. Didn't he do like fuck the police or whatever, right? And he's done nothing but play cops now for the last 25 years.
Shit,
Cop
last
killer.
fucking 30 years.
I thought Ice-T was
There's
always
a
a
really big-
coon.
Right? Wasn't he always a square act? Actually, he was always been acting.
Oh
right?
no.
Oh, he was from the street.
What?
Yeah, he's
No.
not a square in real life. No, Ice-T's a fucking street guy, but he's plays only cops. Like in his
I could have sworn I thought he was a square like Dr. Dre.
No, but
I
even
didn't
his
know that. Wow.
music. His music, he's a square. I'm your pusher, colors.
Well, no, but I'm
you
talking
know,
about look at like Dre, right? Dre was a square, right?
He did metal.
Dre was just a son man. I mean, just a regular son man. Like I wouldn't call him a square, but he was in the industry almost. Like Dre was in the R&B group before he was in NWA.
Right? Wasn't he wearing like tights or some shit?
Yeah, so it's like he's a son man that tried to, was trying to make it in the music industry and got with that click, and then he started doing that shit.
With Eazy-E.
There's a really big turnout this morning in Monterey Park for a self-defense class specifically tailored for seniors looking to protect themselves.
在我的中心线的话，其实基本上它是安全的。你看，它一直打不到。
Dozens of people turned out for this. You can see some of the crowd there. It was a really big response. Seniors from the Asian American
Dear
Pacific
God, they're
Islanders
not ready.
community.
Why do anybody help me? Why would Asian and Pacific Islander seniors need a self-defense class? What would they be defending themselves against?
This breaks my heart. I gotta admit, this is so sad.
Because of rampant white supremacy. That's why.
Right.
Well,
MAGA.
not just that, but if this culture, they do this every day. The cities, you'll go to these Oriental cities, and they'll be playing music, and everybody gets up at the same time, and they go out and they do their Tai Chi, and then they go out about
Hasn't
their
been
day.
working. It hasn't been working out very well for them.
He's talking about Falun Gong, man. Everybody don't do Falun Gong, man. It's illegal too in a lot of parts of China. Falun Gong, you can get fucking thrown in the gulag for that shit.
What is that?
Falun Gong. It's like what are you talking about? Like Tai Chi? But it's a religion. It's kind of like a religion in China. But this shit right here, these people are learning how to fight. This is different than that.
They're just trying to make it home.
Yeah, these people are learning how
Off
to
the
fight.
subway.
Nothing to do with that. Let's see.
Dozens of people turned out for this. You can see some of the crowd there. It was a really big response. Seniors from the Asian American and Pacific Islanders community gathered at Barnes Park in Monterey Park to learn easy moves for defending themselves in the event of an attack. The class was put on by Seniors Fighting Back, a group empowering the AAPI community with tools and resources to defend themselves against acts of violence and racism. The event comes 1 month after 11 community elders were massacred at a Monterey Park dance studio.
And racism. That's a dog whistle if I ever heard it.
Racism? Who's being
You know
racist?
what they talking about?
Who's being racist to fucking Tigers, man? Come on. You got it good, man. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity going on here. Just up the street is where investigators are, where deputies are going through the house trying to figure out exactly what evidence they can find. And over on the other side of my shoulder here is a makeshift memorial. And people have been parading by here all day with flowers, with candles, with prayers, and even with song. At the scene of the crime, a very rare scene, a choir from Sacred Heart Church in Covina Parish. There is song and prayers.
To offer this prayer for our beloved Bishop Dave O'Connell. He's a very dear shepherd.
Auxiliary Bishop David O'Connell was killed here Saturday. At first, it wasn't clear what had happened, but Sunday morning, the sheriff's department said it was murder. It was homicide.
I'm very hurt by his passing,
Gabriella Gill thought the world of O'Connell.
because he's one of the most lovable, humble persons I've ever met.
Let us pray.
As parishioners at the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels prayed, they received communion, and the choir sang. Archbishop Jose Gomez,
Bishop Dave O'Connell, may he rest in peace.
spoke of his murdered colleague. So did others.
For our brother David O'Connell, who shared in the priesthood of Jesus Christ, leading God's people in prayer and in worship.
After learning that investigators had determined that O'Connell was murdered, Archbishop Gomez, in a public statement, said, "We are deeply disturbed and saddened by this news." He called for continued prayers for Bishop Dave and his family, and prayers for law enforcement officials as they continue their investigation into this terrible crime. Valerie Pineda remembers how O'Connell, in white and red, presided over her confirmation. What a nice and humble man he was, she said. What was your reaction when you heard he had been killed?
I was very devastated.
She didn't want us to show her face, but wanted to say that being confirmed by Bishop O'Connell was very special.
It was a blessing. I felt the Holy Spirit.
Others who came by this makeshift memorial brought flowers and feelings, like 12-year-old Lauren Pineda.
I know he was a great guy and he helped people.
And others at the cathedral felt such sadness as well.
I'm kind of saddened about what happened.
She said devastating news. We're very sad at the family.
It was terrible. It's terrible to hear all this, and I don't understand why all this is happening. It's so many craziness happening in the world, but for it to happen to him.
A lot of people asking that very same question. The other question is why? And right now, we don't have a lot of information on why or who did this. The Sheriff's Department continues their investigation and has not updated us since this morning when they said it was a homicide. In Hacienda Heights.
Okay, guys, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to cut out of here.
All right, man. Take it easy, man.
We'll see you, brother.
Major Lit.
Thanks,
Who are
everybody,
you?
for putting up with me.
Man, look here, man. You look at yeah, I'm true business.
Okay, what's up, man? Why you talking?
Yeah,
like
I know, right? Yeah, true business in the flesh, baby.
Like, why you talking like that, man?
What you mean?
You're like, yeah, man.
Oh, you ain't gonna get like all fucking racist on me and shit and start talking about the way I fucking pronunciate my words and who I,
You're like
how
a
I
porn
talk
bomber,
and shit,
right?
right?
You're like a fucking porn bomber.
I know, crazy, man. Crazy.
What?
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. I came from where I came from.
Where's that?
I cannot apologize for who the fuck I am. Just saying.
Where's that? Where you come from?
Yeah. It started off Peoria and then ghettos of Chicago.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Which ghetto?
Well, I spent plenty of time around the Robert Taylor homes, Cabrini Greens, and then primarily fucking Rogers Park, and yeah, so.
Your mic ain't helping you, man. I think it's because you're probably using your computer mic.
No. You see the earpiece?
Okay. All right, man. So there you go. Let's see. What else is going on in Okay, here we go. Hombritos, man. This is the
It was
Hombritos.
a dramatic takedown.
The Hombrito special?
In Riverside County on a freeway just before the end of the year. A deputy had been killed. Others were trying to corner the suspect. And what you're about to see is graphic. What you're watching is body cam video from 5 deputies on the scene of a massive shootout just moments after a huge pursuit
the center dividers
on the 15 freeway at the 5th Street overpass in Norco.
moving all the way over to the right hand side.
Happened December 29th. Deputies are shooting at that vehicle at the side of the freeway. Inside is William Shea Amador McKay of San Bernardino. Police have been pursuing him from Rancho Cucamonga, first northbound on the 15, and then southbound, then east and west on the 60, and back to the 15 where there's a pit maneuver, and McKay's vehicle malfunctions and is cornered against the side of the freeway. The suspect was wanted for murder of Deputy Isaiah Cordero just a couple of hours earlier. Authorities say Cordero was trying to make a traffic stop when McKay pulled a gun and killed him. In releasing the video, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco said it turned out that
This might be a glider, man.
Might be. That there be's a glider, Chief.
Oh yeah, he's 100.
And killed him.
Yeah, I don't know. You know that's a little hard to disdain between some Umbritos and gliders nowadays, man.
Did you see his name, Ike? And look at his face. That's a glider.
Gun and killed him. In releasing the video, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco said it turned out that McKay had an active felony warrant for failing to appear in a kidnapping case
and the stabbing of a California Highway Patrol canine after evading officers.
Oh yeah, he's definitely an umbrito. Trust me.
Such as kidnapping.
As a white man myself, yeah.
Hey, you got to let the people hear the video, man. They can't hear it.
Oh, sorry.
Talking about, man. Thank you, man.
Yep. I'm done.
Case and the stabbing of a California Highway Patrol canine after evading officers.
The sheriff described McKay as a career criminal
with a past of violent crimes such as kidnapping, robbery, and attempted murder, and was currently out on bail.
He shows a picture of the weapon used to kill Cordero, a non-serialized 9mm semi-automatic pistol, and he explains multiple investigations are underway, as they always are, in a deputy-involved shooting like the one that happened here, December 29th. Again, this video put out by the sheriff this afternoon. And, Alex, Christina, as always is the case with these things, there is an investigation. There are multiple investigations, and the sheriff says that will all be led by the Riverside.
So they Swiss cheese that guy, right?
It looks like it.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, he's definitely done. So, question is, what's the option? Do we let this stuff keep going on, or do we, I don't know, as a society, put it into it? Curious. Your thoughts?
You can't put an end to it, dude. It's so many people. I mean, what are you gonna do? Literally, like, what did that one comedian say? Like, turn Kansas into a prison and just send them all there, like Australia.
Yeah, well, I mean, you turn a society into another society is what you do at that point, right?
That was George Carlin.
Yeah, George Carlin.
Right. Exactly. But
tonight, people.
Make the Joe in Alaska, somewhere in Alaska, and just be done with it.
I think you're muted.
This is some real hombrito Aztec. You said you wanted to see some Aztecs? Here goes some Aztecs for you right here, Wicked.
So tonight, 4 people are dead after an apparent murder-suicide in Galena Park.
Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says a man killed 3 teens, then himself. Now, we want to warn you, the details here are disturbing. This happened at a home on 2nd Street near North Main and Clinton Drive at around 10:30 last night. Tonight, relatives shared with us that the victims were a neighborhood friend and 2 sisters. The sheriff says their mother's boyfriend shot them. The sheriff says the man then sexually assaulted a 12-year-old before turning the gun on himself. We were told that 12-year-old got away with the 1-year-old daughter of the 19-year-old. We spoke with a neighbor who helped the young girl.
Llevaba una bebé, traía una bebé y ella no traía ropa. No traía ropa, estaba desnuda. Y ya salió la otra vecina de aquí y nos la trajimos, la abrazó y la pasó para adentro, le puso ropa.
The sheriff's office says the children's mother was not home when this happened. Investigators say right now the shooting appears to have happened after an argument. Tonight, a vigil is being held in the neighborhood where those teens were killed. Maria Aguilera joins us live from there. Maria, this is a tragedy all the way around.
Cheryl, it's just terrible what this family is going through. They tell me they are in shock and they can't even begin to process this. They do say they are thankful to the neighbors that helped the 12-year-old girl and the baby get to safety. Now, here is a photo that the family shared with us of two of the victims. They are the sisters of that 12-year-old survivor. There's 19-year-old Sayuri, who family tell us was 6 months pregnant and is the mother of the 1-year-old baby who also survived. And then there's 13-year-old Melanie. The 14-year-old, we're told, was a friend. Now here tonight, family, friends, and neighbors gathered with a pastor to pray for the teens and the baby. The mother tells us she is not doing well at all and finds it difficult to even speak. She asked a family member to speak for her, and she was also struggling to come up with words, but they did share a little bit about the teens. It's hard.
They were so happy. They were happy girls. They're always smiling. Even if I feel bad, they always have a positive comment, a positive, even for her. Always. Both of them.
Right now, the family says they welcome anything the community can help with for the funeral arrangements. Now, tonight, we saw some community members, strangers to the family, drive up and offer their condolences and also give the mom some donations to help. Now, the family is still here tonight. They are comforting each other at this vigil. In Galena Park, Maria Aguilera, KHOU 11 News.
Yikes, man. Damn.
That's fucked up. Yeah, you see, we do it too.
Yeah, I mean, Houston is another place. I think y'all do it. You guys do it a lot in the home. In public, even in Santa Fe in LA, there weren't a lot of public shootings. I did notice that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
just
but
like,
I mean, to be fair, to be honest too, though, over here there was a case similar to this where the guy killed like 5 people in his home, and his last name ended with ski. So you tell me?
yeah, no, I mean, these situations happen regardless of race. These murder suicides, I mean, they're happening all the fucking time.
Is that what that last one was? Was a murder suicide?
Yeah. I don't even cover murder suicides really. Even in the Sun community, I don't I don't cover murder suicides in the Sun community because you know, like, that's not like a crime that affects other people. It only affects the people in the house.
And everybody does it. That one's one where literally everyone does do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like, you know, even the Tigers do that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, Tigers.
Yeah, but you guys got to realize, man, that just listening to her, you could see that they're used to that stuff.
Yeah, definitely. They're like what do they call it? Sacrifices. Like the Aztec. That's what he was talking about.
Right.
Like they sacrifice.
Yeah, but again, that female reminded me of the female with the Polska, where he killed everybody. They sounded identical. They're in mourning. You know, this is a tragedy. So I don't understand like that part. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, how common is, you know, domestic violence? I mean, rarely does it end deadly. But I mean, a lot of times, you know, people end up fucked up with either it's just verbal or physical.
Hey, you know what? That's kind of hard to display right there because nothing that turns violent ever gets reported. So, you know.
The most powerful and important civilizations of the Mesoamerican cultures at the arrival of the Spanish conquerors was the Aztecs, a young, mystical society formed by the union of different ethnic groups, such as the Acalua, Chalca, Xochimilco, Tapanec, but, above all, the Mexica. Powerful warriors who, under this alliance, exercised absolute dominion over the peoples of the region of the Valley of Mexico. The latter, founders of the legendary city of Tenochtitlan, would be the center of the Aztec Empire, possessing great economic and cultural wealth. with unique knowledge.
See, these people were civilized. These were different than the other a lot of the other tribal people that the Europeans encountered. These people, the Eagles were very civilized. The Mayans, but a lot of the other tribal people, like in Africa, they didn't have societies like this. They had societies, but they didn't have anything that lasted. Like this stuff is still standing. All this stuff is still standing to today, because it's made out of stone and mortar. I don't even think they had mortar, but it's made out of stone. But these people had a very sophisticated society, but they just were different, very much different.
I mean, Mexico City.
Architecture.
Mexico City is built on over the Tenochtitlan, and they kind of used what was there. But my family, I comes from like just the outskirts of the Aztec Empire. So my ancestors, they were not a part of what they were doing over there. They were not conquered or a part of the conquering. You know what I mean?
Well, the Aztecs were not from Mexico City. They moved. They killed off all the people that were there. The Aztecs had only been there for 300 years when the Spanish showed up. They were very relatively new. This was a new society. This society
to that area. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they had only been here for 300 years.
Agriculture and astrology. Its fascinating pyramids, inspired by the Toltec culture, keep stories inside their temples of sacrifices with which they pleased their imposing gods. Today, we will get to know one of the most enigmatic cultures that inhabited the New World before the arrival of Hernan Cortes. We will be included in their customs and rituals while we praise Tlaloc and the majestic feathered serpent. Welcome to Copernicus's galaxy. Human sacrifices were more frequent than we think in Aztec society. Leaving aside the looting and the innumerable acts of tyranny that the Spaniards applied to the Mexican ancestors, if there's something that anyone who visited Tenochtitlan at that time would not miss, it would be the grotesque and numerous human sacrifices that these people used to do in all their festivities. They worshipped deities of all kinds, gods of water, fertility, and war. Like many other ancient civilizations of the world, they were polytheistic, and the mythological Aztec beings were not inherently good, as they were surrounded by a marked duality between good and evil. If they were happy, they would give them abundant rains for their crops or watch over their victory in battles. But on the other hand, if something or someone made them angry, they would send storms and misfortunes upon them. To calm the anger of their gods, it was not enough to pray to them. They were bloodthirsty beings and demanded human sacrifices as payment for their services. The Aztecs truly believed that if they did not offer these lives to their deities, great calamities would strike them. The sun wouldn't rise again and the world would end. They didn't do it simply in response to a bloodthirsty instinct. These rituals carried a whole religious and political issue. Francisco López de Gomora, a prominent ecclesiastic chronicler of the Spanish conquest of Mexico, pointed out that there was no evil within the Aztecs when performing these sacrifices. The Aztecs officiated massive ceremonies where several people were sacrificed per day during the festivities celebrated for their gods. The sacrifices were usually prisoners captured in raids or invasions to other tribes, who were detained and fed until it was time to lie down on the ceremonial altar. Some historians assure that between 20 and 30,000 people met their end each year at the hands of...
Like from what you tell me, and I gotta admit, you're very good, but there had to be some evil, because even to this day, when these dudes are killing each other and sacrificing them for their guys, for like the god of death, if you're gonna sacrifice children, that has to be something, some kind of fucking wickedness to it, you know? I think.
I think he's gonna get around to where I'm at, and right across the river from me is the Cahokia Mounds and the Cahokia Indians that used to sacrifice like a lot of little girls primarily. So,
well, I think what he means by it's not evil is the fact that, it's religion. The whole society believes it. No one's doing it out of bad faith. They're doing this thinking that they're literally sacrificing for gods.
Yeah, but I still think that what right is right and wrong is wrong. There's a level of they're executing people that they're rounding up other groups from other tribes just for the purpose of executing them. Like there's some evil to that, man. Like if
And
they're not
That's
evil.
and it goes to the DNA. I think it could be argued. You're right. It goes to the DNA because I mean I see it to this day with us. Like we just we don't like them over there. You know what I mean? Like even when I was a little kid, we used to click up. It is what it is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Y'all naturally do certain things. Yeah, y'all this didn't come out of nowhere. This is a product of y'all collective mind.
I honestly think so. I mean, and I'm with you as well. It is what it is. I'm not saying it like in a bad or good way. It just is what it is.
If we put 10,000 of y'all on the moon by yourselves, no other group, y'all would be doing this.
The Aztec priests. Others raised the figure to 80,000. However, this is an exaggeration, considering that in the 200 years that this culture lived in the Valley of Mexico, the inhabitants of all the tribes that resided in this territory never exceeded 2 million. According to anthropologist Yolotl Gonzalez Torres, these discrepancies in the number of sacrifices are due to the enemies of the Aztecs who inflated the numbers to demonstrate their supposed superiority when facing such fearsome enemies. The ritual was always the same. 4 priests held the limbs of the man or woman to be sacrificed on the altar that was located on top of a pyramid. After their usual ceremonial guidelines, a 5th priest firmly took an obsidian knife with which he opened the person's thorax and ripped out the heart with his hand to offer it to the gods. According to testimonies left by the men who accompanied Cortex on his emblematic journey in these territories, they were horrified to realize that in addition to extracting the heart, they cooked it to eat as part of the ceremony. They explained how the body of the sacrificed person was thrown down the stairs so that the so-called Cuacuacuiltin could take it and prepare it to be the main dish of their banquet. Bernal Diaz del Castillo describes how they only fed on the extremity, the palm of the hand being a delicacy for them. The torso was thrown to the wild beasts and the head was stored in a large altar where they were collected. He affirms that in one of the banquets officiated by the Emperor Moctezuma, every night they offered meats of young boys stewed among the typical dishes based on different birds. Although the historian Diego Luis de Moctezuma affirms in his work Corona Mexicana, or History of the 9 Moctezumas, that the Tlatoanese did not used to eat human meat unless a sacrifice had been previously carried out, in which case the right thigh was always kept for the emperor's delight. Aztecs, the largest empire in the Americas before the arrival of Columbus. In only 200 years, they went from being a nomadic people to occupying the position as the largest and most powerful Mesoamerican empire, dominating a territory that covered 500,000 square kilometers, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific coast, subduing great civilizations and consolidating one of the largest trade routes of that unknown continent. The story of how they managed to achieve such a feat is full of mystical events that possibly only lived in the collective imagination of the Mexican people. According to them, they came from the island of Aztlan, a mystical expanse of land whose name meant place of herons, from where a group of hunters made a pilgrimage in search of a sign indicating where they should settle to become the Empire of the Sun, that the sun god Huitzilopochtli prophesied to them. They wandered for more than 200 years until finally the future Aztec leader Tenoch found.
Sounds like the Jews, right? Wandering through the wilderness. These stories,
Right.
a lot of these ancient cultures have the similar stories. To where
Man, it's all the same. It's all the same.
Yeah, but
seriously,
shit, it's far cry from Jesus Christ.
Well, not really. The Bible is very similar to other texts that were written by earlier.
28 that I know of.
Is it 28? 28.
Yeah, 28 other religions that I'm aware of
have the same story.
That's correct. Well, not the same person. Obviously, his name is not Jesus like in Mexico, but same shit, same story. Yeah, and it's all based upon the stars. So.
Yeah.
The Empire of the Sun, that the sun god Huitzilopochtli prophesied to them. They wandered for more than 200 years until finally the future Aztec leader Tenoch found an eagle devouring a snake perched on a cactus in the center of a lake. This was the long-awaited sign that prevails today as the symbol on the Mexican flag. and that marked the beginning of the great city of Tenochtitlan in 1325. They had to face great challenges from the beginning of its construction, because nature itself was against them. To begin with, any building they built on that marshy land would undoubtedly sink, but no neighboring village ever expected that engineering capabilities could be so advanced. Finding the solution through wooden stakes driven into the bottom of the lake and volcanic stone with which they filled the hollow spaces that gave any construction a greater resistance. Their architectural knowledge and resilience in the face of such adversities allowed them to build
Okay, so now it's no surprise that these are the same people that build everything in this country nowadays.
I was gonna say, hey, listen. You see how those wooden posts come out? Those things still come out along the shores of Lake Michigan and Chicago. So, yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
They built pyramids on a swamp. But what I'm saying is that has to be in you.
Yeah.
That's not something that you just learn. That's
Right.
That's just what you do. It's your nature.
I mean, they say that the pyramids, the way that they built them, it would be hard to build today with the machinery that we have. They don't know how they were able to build these things, like how they cut the stone precisely. But one thing that always amazed me, right, about the Mexicans or whatever the burritos is I know that the Aztecs were documented, so when they fought in combat, they were not fighting to kill. They were fighting to capture you and take you with them.
Yeah.
It's funny because in Mexico to this day, the cartels that are fighting, they're fighting. They want to take you with them.
Yeah. Everybody wanted to do that until the populations got too big, and that's when they sold them motherfuckers off, man. So
do you know what I'm saying? Like when they wanted to, in today's the cartel wars, they wanted to capture the enemies to take them with them and get intel from them and torture them and then sacrifice them to the god of death.
Definitely, and when I worked at Home Depot. When I worked at Home Depot, and you just see the difference. Nothing is. You just gotta hang out at a home. If you ever get a chance, man. I mean, I'm sure everybody doesn't get a chance. He has to be home. You can't be a Lowe's because you need the day laborers and you need the contractors just to see the difference, even between the glider contractors and the Mexicans, or what do you call it, the Central American ones.
So what's the difference you're gonna see?
Just the fact that they're always chosen. Like building is a very it's a meritocracy. Like you don't select people to build your house or build some shit for you because you like them or because of their race or because, you know what I'm saying, they remind you of somebody. You choose them on effectiveness because you're building a structure or you're doing
100%.
something, you're constructing.
So what you're saying is there ain't nobody, everybody's choosing white people and burritos.
No, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So they're chosen all the time over the other groups by people who know. Like people who want to build something always choose them.
Yeah, because there's a history, or not even a history. It's a matter of fact, it's a stereotype that goes along with some other people that, I mean, it's not like you can break it. This is going to take a minute, dude. It wasn't like this back in the 90s. Matter of fact, when I was coming up in the 70s and 80s and shit in the projects, everything, this stuff wasn't going on. The black race did not have this stigma, this area. Yeah, it's fucked up now, man.
I doubt it. I doubt it was not.
Yeah,
No, it was like this.
I doubt it, but whatever, man. Let's move along.
Engineering capabilities could be so advanced, finding the solution through wooden stakes driven into the bottom of the lake and volcanic stone with which they filled the hollow spaces that gave any construction a greater resistance. Their architectural knowledge and resilience in the face of such adversities allowed them to build causeways that facilitated access to the city, with drawbridges that allowed them to control the entrance of their enemies, and aqueducts through which they would transport fresh water from Lake Chapultepec. They defeated the leader of the Tepeneca tribe.
Yeah, like control it. Like, look at how they manipulate the environment. That's even my wife, she's woke, and she calls them doozers. She calls on burrito doozers because it's just like I'm telling you, man. Like the way they're masters at manipulating their environment, man. And the fact that they use drywall and fucking mortar and studs the way they do. It's just a natural gift. It's kind of like, with the Sun Man, like our ability to our physical, yeah, he said our ability to some people, we have the ability to like run and dance and talk,
speak. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And know what I'm saying? We have that ability to do those things, and it's not it's not something that's your teach that we're taught. You don't have to teach us,
and not so much productive either.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be productive. We're not productive, not because we're necessarily lazy or anything. We're not productive is because it's not essential to our survival. Like we don't need all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? We don't need they need.
Yeah, you need to psych out that fucking lion over there trying to get the same antelope that you want.
That's interesting what you said. Actually, you're saying that on burritos because we don't necessarily have that skill set. It depends on our skill set to thrive, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they want me to poll you, Major Lit. They want me to.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, hey, bro, poll the hell out of me. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you something. Listen, the start of civilization starts somewhere, and those people are dumb as fuck. And then people move elsewhere, and people start moving and attributing like their environments to something, and they evolve, and different things come about because of that. Brain activity, things start to happen within human beings, and it changes everything, dude.
Hey, dude, how long have you been listening to Ike?
Shit, I don't know, about 2.5 years now.
And have you been up here on the panel before?
No, that's my first time, man. I don't jump onto too much shit too many times. So I've been on a couple podcasts, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you're bad personally, but you are kind of loud. I think maybe that's something that the people are throwing away.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm not trying to knock you. I'm just, like I said, I don't mind you. You're a glider or an burrito? What are you?
Primarily, Italian Indian, American Indian, if you will.
You glider, $5 Indian.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, I guess so.
All right, man. You on the poll, man. Let me continue. Let me move in.
Facilitated access to the city.
Hey, I'm gonna leave you guys alone, man. I appreciate you guys.
Oh man, okay. He got out of here before we could.
Before the poll.
I'll leave it up, man, just to see what they think.
Entrance of their enemies, and aqueducts through which they would transport fresh water from Lake Chapultepec. They defeated the leader of the Tepeneca tribe that controlled the area with the help of Nezahualcoyotl, who later also contributed to the construction of a 16-kilometer-long dam with floodgates that allowed the Aztecs to regulate the water level that often threatened the powerful city with floods. all revolutionary feats for their time. They also devised a cultivation system called chinampa, converting the inhospitable swampy lands into fertile fields that guarantee the food supply for their people and soldiers in their excursions to expand their territory. These were small artificial islands built with sticks assembled together to form a smooth and solid surface, on which branches were piled and covered with different fertilizers made from animal excrement and mud from the lake bottom.
See, like that right there, man. Like, the people, they were given some of the worst land. Like, if you look at even the Arabs, right? They not like this. The Sand Sunmen, they're not builders either. You know what I'm saying? They they don't they don't build like that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not. But these people were given a terrible land. Like, they were given swampy, unsuitable, unareable land, and they just. It's almost as if they. It's this is not even. There's no way you can put on burritos where they won't fucking make it work. You know what I'm saying? And somebody earlier said he would prefer to tigers build. Tigers are excellent builders too. If you look at the way they're excellent builders. But tigers and burritos are from the same stock. They're both mongoloids.
Was it Polynesian? I think it was some shit like that.
No, tigers and these people are from the same stock. The Polynesians are different stock, different strain. Because these are a lot of same physical traits too. The short stature, the bone straight hair, the shovel teeth. A lot of the blood type, the alleles. Like a tiger and a hombrito can do a blood transfusion. You can give them a blood transfusion, but you can't, Wicked. You can't give me a blood transfusion.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, I mean, type O and type AB. Yeah, let me look that up. Let me try to find that. There we go. Blood transfusion reactions. Let me see. Because I gotta see one that's going to show the. I may have to go on Google for this, man, because you gotta know that they gotta be real about the. That's something that they not really like.
Taboo.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly. Yeah. It's very, 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 very taboo, man. Yeah, let me find a graphic man on that, man. Yeah, because it's something. I don't know why that would be taboo either. Like, that's like, it's crazy, man. How that something like that is taboo, but it is, man. It is. It is taboo, man. They don't like talking about it, man. The fact that, like, we're that different. We're different, man. We different like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
I think maybe it's taboo because then they would have to face reality, of what's going on out here.
That's true. Because once you say that the blood is different, then other things have to be different. Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to find a good one. But yeah, we're very different, man. On a lot of levels, man. On a lot of fucking levels. Oh yeah, let me do regions, because not race, because race is kind of like.
What do you think, Mossy? Do you think that what I can say makes sense?
I mean, the only thing I know is that type O is the only one that's a universal donor. I don't know.
Yeah, type O. Yeah.
Type O
Other
is no
than
universal
that,
donor.
yeah. Other than that, yeah. Type O. They gotta find somebody that's your race.
I don't know about race. I know just blood type.
Well, I mean,
I'm A positive. If anybody else is A positive, I can
but
donate to
here's the
them.
thing: like the same way that me and fucking Mariah Carey are black. Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like a black motherfucker. Like me and you, we both black. But like fucking goddamn um fucking some octoroon somewhere, he black too, but he ain't black.
The Dolphins
But,
head coach.
yeah, exactly. Like Wicked and fucking Ricky Martin or some shit, or some white guy named Hernandez and shit. They both gonna be called hombritos. But that white guy with last name Hernandez is just a fucking white guy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to find regions. I'm not trying to look at it from race. Because you know what I'm saying?
Well, what
race
about
is,
with behaviors, Masi? What do you think about what he says about behaviors and how we're different?
I mean, certain stereotypes exist for a reason.
So you agree with that?
But I think it
like,
holds
what
some
do
weight.
you
But
think, man? Like you're like
pussyfooting.
like yeah, you're like
I'm not
you're like
pussyfooting.
you're
I'm recognizing that it's stereotypes exist
what
for a
do you
reason, but
think, man?
they're always gonna be some outliers. So
Well, I
yeah,
mean, of course, there's gonna be outliers, right? But
it
generally
can hold
speaking,
some weight.
You talking to us like you
right? Like
talking
you
to us
don't know
like you
us,
just met us like 4 seconds ago and shit. Like, what do you
right?
think, motherfucker?
Like I think like we definitely have obvious behavioral differences, right? I think it's I think he makes great points, to be honest, and I'm just calling out how I see it. If I didn't agree, I would say I didn't agree, but I agree.
No, what do you think, Monty?
I think there's weight to it.
There you go.
That's it.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, thanks.
That's I was gonna say. I was gonna say. I think there's weight to it. Stereotypes exist for a reason. There's weight to it, but I also recognize there are outliers. And that's just that.
Okay, so look at this blood type. These people over here, and this is the BLL. This is a certain allele in a certain type of blood. Look at how disparate it is, and different it is all across the different regions of the world. Like, so you're telling me that the only thing is different now, since we already know the skin color is different. The only thing different is the skin color in the blood. Everything else is the exact same. And it's like those people who say that shit, you have to be a fucking you gotta be a fucking moron, man. There's no way everything else is the same except for the skin color in the blood. Like it's just crazy, man. It's just I gotta get somebody on. I don't want to get into this because I'm not well versed in this, and I don't like to talk about things I don't know. I want to only talk about things that I really, really know. But somebody who knows about the blood types, come up sometime, man, and explain it to us, man. But I do know this, that because I had a buddy who had to get a heart transplant for his daughter, and it just it was you needed somebody that was like you couldn't just get it from anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't just like, oh, a goddamn Polynesian got a heart. The Polynesian just died. here go a heart. It was like, nah, you needed somebody that was like them, or the heart would get rejected. The body would reject the heart. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it just, I don't know, man. It's funny
Like,
how we
honestly,
how we try to act
what does
like
that mean?
everybody's the same, huh?
I don't get. You think he's getting on your bumper, Monster? Do you think Aki's hard on you?
Just
I'm
different
hard on
opinions.
Monty. I'm not hard
I
on
mean,
Monty, man.
I don't think so. I mean, what the fuck?
Marcy, it's just like if I ask you a question, it's just like, I mean, like, what do you think about this? And you're like trying to politically correct me. It's like, for what, man?
I don't try to.
Like, why?
I don't try to give I don't like giving political correct answers. I try to give an accurate answer, and I try to give an honest answer.
Why
So
you politically
sometimes I can't say it. Sometimes I can't say it in simple terms. So I try to simplify. I try to chop it down as best I can. But not like giving political correct answers. Just honest and accurate.
Look, one thing's for sure. Nobody in the Ag Nation loves Mossy more than me. I'll bet my fucking house on that one. Mossy's the man, if you ask me.
That's a fool's bet, man. Keep your house.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's differences. It's just the question is to what extent. I mean, if you look throughout history, different groups performed differently all throughout time. I don't doubt that there's differences, but like for instance, the Middle East was once the height of mathematics and technology, you know, before Europe, and now it's not. I think the culture has a lot to do with that, you know, but they kind of go together, so it's hard to really get. I mean, anybody that tells you there's absolutely no difference has no
Well, the
evidence that
Turks,
that's
you
true.
do know that the Ottomans ran the Middle East during that time, and you ever watched the Young Turks? Do those look like those white people, man?
Well, yeah, they're definitely Caucasian.
Those are white people,
Doubt
man.
about that, yeah. But I
Them
mean,
ain't-
like
them
for
ain't-
instance, if you look at the Asians, they were far ahead, and then for whatever reason they stopped. I'm
Because they
not.
don't innovate. They don't innovate. The Asians don't
Oh,
innovate.
they innovate. They had the repeating crossbow. They had a ton of technology.
No, what I'm saying is they don't take it to. They don't continuously innovate. Like where you just take it and take it and take it and take it and take it. Like gliders innovate so much that they ruin shit. Gliders like the Umbritos, like I talked about the Umbritos. Gliders tweak shit and 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 tweak shit until they wrap themselves up into a fucking tangled web, and it's all fucked up. They can't help but to do that.
Would that just be finding the limits of something? You make adjustments to the point that it fails, and that's how you know how far it can go.
I don't know what it is.
Cause it to fail.
Yeah, put it like this: the fact that everyone wants to live in glider countries, like no one is really beating Asians down about China being homogeneous and Japan being homogeneous, but every glider country, man, y'all too xenophobic. Not everybody, like everyone wants to come to glider countries. Everyone.
Oh, yeah. People want to go to Japan too. They just don't let them in.
No, people. Yeah.
Oh, trust
right.
me, those like Singapore and Japan, they would the African immigrants would love to go there. First of all, it's much further, but second of all, they don't let them in.
No, I got that. I got that. But what I'm saying is that's part of it too. Those, like in Singapore, if you spit on the ground, they'll cane you. Gliders will let you. You can come to a glider country and start killing them.
Damn.
And they'll just put you in a cage and feed you until you die.
Well, yeah, part of that's also the fact that there's a party in this country that benefits from that.
No. That party are gliders.
Oh, I know, but they benefit from it, so that's why they're doing it. Trust me. If those
Those
Hispanics that were
hold on.
crossing the border,
The party you're talking about are gliders too.
no, I know.
The behavior breaks down to the how they behave.
Yeah, like you're acting like they're a different race because they're Democrats or Republicans. They're all fuck. Look at Tucker Carlson, right? Let's just say he's the most Republican guy right now. If Tucker Carlson was in charge of the United States, less immigrants would be able to come in, but not none. He would just make it to where less. He would make it to where they could control it, where they knew how many were coming in. Maybe they all had were checked out at the border. Maybe they all had to go through a certain process, but he would still let fucking the floodgates open. He just wants to control it. There's another group of gliders that don't give a fuck. It just lets everybody in willy nilly. But you're acting like the conservatives would just shut the border off. No, they'd just be like controlled immigration. They'll let millions in every year. They would just want to toe tag them. Tag them like like they do the fucking animals when they shoot them with the dart gun and put the tag on the ear. You just want to tag them and shit. That's part of it. The welcoming. Listen, man. Gliders are essential to the planet in a way because they create societies that everyone wants to live in. Everyone wants to live around gliders, man. Everyone loves living around gliders, whether they're fucking Democrats or they're fucking Republicans. That Democrat Republican shit is the glider mind. Maybe lower IQ gliders trend towards being liberals, and higher IQ gliders trend towards being conservatives, but they're all still fucking gliders. So I mean, I just think that is you guys are egalitarian. You guys will let people in. You guys will build some shit. You'll let people enjoy the fruits of your labor. You guys will build great societies, and then it will crumble every fucking time, and then y'all will build a new one. You know what I'm saying? Y'all will build a new one after y'all fuck America up the same way you fuck Rome up, the same way you fuck Greece up, the same way you fuck Samaria up, the same way you fuck Egypt up, the same way you fucked countless other England, same way you fucked up the Habsburg Empire, all these different empires that you guys had, civilizations. After you fuck them up, y'all will build another one. That's what y'all do. And when y'all build a new one, y'all will do the same shit. You know what I'm saying? You'll do the same shit. You'll use people, other groups of people to build the shit up as slaves. And eventually you'll free them, and eventually you'll weave them into the society. And because they don't understand the society, because they would have never built that society, they'll slowly erode it and destroy it, and then you'll build another one. That's why I told you the other night, go build another America, because this one's done. I'm sure gliders could build another. I'm sure if you put 10,000 gliders on the moon and check back on them in 10 years, you'd have fucking cities on the fucking moon.
You think it's done, America, Ike?
Oh yeah, America's done, man. America's
That's
done.
something that we don't agree on. You know, see, we have differences. I don't agree with that.
Well,
I don't think
here's
it's
the
done.
thing. Here's the thing. Why I think it's done is because if you want to, when I speak about America, I'm speaking about America, the authentic version of America. Yes, there's going to be a bastardized version of America. Yes, you're going to have fucking like we saw the other night. You had the Sun Man, president of the university, the glider woman, police chief of the university police, the Sun sister, the chief of the city police. Like everybody, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, all that shit is cool and grand. That's still America. But 100 years of that, 200 years of that, I promise you it will fucking go to shit. I promise you. Not because those people are bad people or they're like terrible people, but because they're doing that sister that's the police chief, her mind would have never made a police department. And her mind would have never created a police department where a woman was in charge of it. The culture that Sun Sister comes from, the man would always be in charge of some shit like that. Unless the woman was the queen and the man died and the woman took over. Or the women, or the men, or there was some, or the men fucking died in war and the woman had to do it. But there's firm in gender roles in Sun communities. In Sun communities, they oppress the women. If you go anywhere in the Sun diaspora, they brutally oppress their women. Everywhere you go. If sons are there, the women are in a state of abject oppression. That's just how we do, man. So that Sun woman would never have created, her mind would have never created a system where she was in charge of the public safety force. So now you have her in a system where she is, and it's just you get what you got. The criminal becomes she thinks about the criminal, what the criminal's going through. Whereas the Sun Man, he would put a tire filled with gasoline around the criminal's head and set it on fire and be done with it. Let's do another city, man, before we get out of here, man.
What about Wilmington, Delaware?
We did Wilmington a couple weeks ago, man.
Dallas, Texas.
I say we let Mossy pick. The chat love Mossy.
Yeah, they love Mossy. They think Mossy's the nicest guy.
Right.
Listen, man. Mossy could be the nicest guy in the world, right? You don't know Mossy. We don't know Mossy. Like, Mossy could have bodies in his basement. He could have 20 fucking girls tied up in a chamber underneath his basement. You don't know Mossy.
Hey, well, I mean, if anyone wants to know about me, they just have to ask. I mean, I did share that thing about the alphabet soup group I was a part of. That was
Yeah,
unexpected.
Mossy's very, very open. And you notice I haven't said anything about that alphabet soup group that Mossy was a part. Have I said anything about that, Mossy?
No, I use that. I brought that up as an example.
I'm the type of guy. I was a bully, man. I would have fucking ran you off the show for that 5 years ago. I'm an asshole. You got, man, what? You would have said that around. We would have been on fucking hanging on 8th Street. You would have said that shit, man. Niggas would have put hands on your ass, man. Listen, man. I'm doing well, man. I don't feel bad. I don't feel like I'm treating Marcy bad.
Nah, me either. I think because I generally do like Mousy. I don't think I've been mean to Mousy at all.
I don't feel at all. I'm not gonna let them. I'm not gonna let the. I'm not
I
letting
don't.
them.
I don't think Mousy thinks that either. You think that
Yeah.
I've been rude to you, Mousy? Honestly,
No.
I don't think I'm the contrary. The only thing that I will say that I maybe give Mousy a hard time is on the "I'll shoot everybody" argument. I just don't know if that's how practical that really is. But other than that, Mousy's the man.
Milk Mandy says y'all always rude to him for no reason.
Bullshit.
No, man, ain't nobody rude to no fucking Marcy, man.
Nah, what do you think about that, Mousy? What do you think about that statement? Honestly,
I chalk it up to banter. My feelings aren't hurt.
So you
there's
saying
no
that
reason
we
for
are
him to be
rude?
hurt.
Hold on. So, but you saying there's validity to that? You can see
I
how she.
call
You can see how she says that.
Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. I just chalked up to banter.
Elaborate, please elaborate that for me, because I don't understand.
Banter, man. It just you poke fun every now and then. Like if I say certain things, yeah, they come off as off the wall. They come off as kind of square or something like that, and it's you poke fun of it. But I don't get bent out of shape out of it. I don't get bent out of shape about it because I kind of expect it because it is different. But I still come I still come to these conversations because I think it's worth my time and worth worth you guys' time and worth the chat's time to have this kind of talk going on.
Yeah, these different perspectives for sure. But even with all that said, banter or not, I don't even think I is like me. I don't think I don't think I'm like rude to you or like particularly targeting you or anything like of that regard.
No, I don't think you guys are. I don't think you're rude. I think that it's just that when my stance is clear on a lot of things. Like whenever whenever like someone gets attacked, I say I say I wish they could have fought back. I wish there was a way they could fight back because that's where I stand. I believe that I believe in self defense. I believe that people should do all they can to protect themselves, whether it be from sunmen or whoever. And I would say that takes some. It'll take looking at multiple angles of certain situations, see how could it have happened, or whether there was a chance of it happening. So that's why I stand. That's why I stand up for because I think if there's an opportunity
She says, "Hold on,
yeah,
Marcy."
Yeah.
She says he's the only one we cracked gay jokes on. First of all, when have I cracked a gay joke on Marcy? After he said that shit about that group, I said I may have cracked a joke on him for that next episode. And then I said, you know what? I'm gonna leave this alone because I don't wanna like encourage people. That's fucking what's his name? Fisherman always fucking with him about that.
And not even him, not even Fisherman, to be honest.
But think about it. If you said that in front of a group of men, a different group of men, if you said that against a group of guys if you said that in front of my friends, the last friends I had, you would have got. If I brought you around, I would have been fucking fucked. Like you would have ruined my reputation because I brought you around. You would have had dudes spread rumors and talking shit about me just because I brought you around and you said that shit.
What's funny is that the best man at my wedding. People that's how our friendship started. That's how our friendship started. I was such an oddball compared to him and his other friends. But over time, we became best friends, and yeah, let him be my best man.
Yeah, I get, man. I'm just saying, like you act to act like that was just something that was normal. That like he said, yeah. I mean, I while I was in San Francisco, I actually got stuck in traffic during the gay host roll, and I sped out of there like a bat out of hell. And it's like, okay, if we fucked with him about that, I would. 10 years ago, you'd have told me that story. It would have been fucking real. We would have created a whole big story about it and made fun of it and shit like that. Like I come from a place where like when we were at Home Depot and we were in the lumber department. If you said, man, help me stack this wood, niggas be like, whoa. Like you can't say nothing around Sunman that sounds pause, no homo. Where do you think these things come from? These terms, pause and no homo, they come from the Sunman mind. You can't tell a bunch of Sunmen you hung around a gay group for fucking 2 years and just was sitting in a group of gay guys for 2 years. You can't even say, yo, man, that trip was long as shit. What the fuck? He said long. Oh, some men are ridiculously crazy about that homosexual shit, man.
Does that mean it's always on their mind?
Maybe so, but maybe it's always on their mind, or maybe they're hyper masculine. Maybe they're hyper masculine and
Maybe hypersexual.
Definitely hypersexual.
I would say more so hypersexual because
Yeah,
because anything can be taken as a sexual innuendo.
Exactly. So if anything can be taken about a sexual innuendo, the fact that I don't say anything about your story you told, and you can't be sitting here siding with the chat saying we bullying you, man.
Right. And I think I said one joke after it was done, and it's been a while ago now at that.
Marcy, Marcy, I promise you, if I had brought you around and you had said that, it would have taken me years to clear my reputation. Mine, not yours, mine. Around a group, the Sunmen I hung around with, they're ravenous predators. Guys were predatory.
I mean, I was thinking exactly. I was thinking about that too. I've been around like on the regular with like fucking rapists and murderers. They're not having that. I mean, this is tame compared to like what's out there. Let's be honest.
Yeah, man. And I resent the fact that you're trying to act like there's legitimacy to them saying that we bullying you, man.
No, I didn't say that. I said I can see how it can be interpreted as that.
I can't see it.
I don't see it at all, man. Maybe even if you said fisherman, I would say all right, maybe.
I can't even give you that one. I can't even give you.
Yeah, because he just throws darts. He don't like shoot up your club, man. Listen, man, Marcy, I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic, man. The guys I hung around with, we're not talking about like just the worst of the worst. We're talking about your regular Sunmen from Blackistanians. They're fucking predators. You say something they can pounce on and hold against you, pause, no homo, and put you would have to say, you just saying hold against you, you would have to say pause or no homo.
Well, I would be able to suss that out pretty quickly because
that nigga said sus. He said sus. Oh my god, that's sus.
I wouldn't have brought that up with guys like that. I brought that up in this chat because everybody's
You wouldn't have brought that up around guys like that. Okay, boom.
No.
So that's good to know. Thank God.
Why do you think I would?
I don't know. I thank God. Thank God. But here's the thing. I'm a guy like that. Wicked is a CEO in Chicago, man. The fuck you're around guys like that. We're being nice about it, man.
Yeah, but we're on the internet. It's not like any one of you gonna put your hands on. I'm not gonna let any one of you guys put your hands on me.
Listen, I don't need to put my hands on you. I could bully you from 1,000 miles away. Listen, I'm a words. I could make you kill yourself from 1,000 miles away, man. You fucking with predator. I've been around nothing but predators, man.
Look, my seat will solve that problem real quick. He'll just blow him. No homo with the gun. I mean, with the gun. I mean.
I've been around nothing but predators, man. Cut in kings. Niggas who know how to cut in on your shit and niggas know how to fucking make you feel bad about yourself and shit, man.
Like I speak for myself when I say like bullshit aside, I'll say it again and I'll keep saying it. I like Mossy. Mossy's a stand-up guy from what I know of him.
Yeah.
Besides those like 10 girls he has in the basement.
But here's the thing though, Mossy. It ain't just you. It's anybody, man. Dude, some of the guys I hung around with, they would do that shit to people who were killers. They just you understand in Blackistan, everybody is fucking like a certain level of fucking degenerate. So it's like you don't have to pick on somebody that's weaker than you. Bullies get picked on. Bad guys get picked on. People with bodies get picked on. It's pecking orders and hierarchies and shit, man. I'm not saying that, oh, Mossy, I would do this because he's Mossy. If any nigga said that around me,
I guess I'm just not any nigga.
we would be like, whoa. You'd be like, what? What you say? We'd be offended. Like, why you say that around us? Like, y'all making it seem like, oh, it's just because Marcy's a nice guy. They would pick on him. Man, you think, so you telling me fucking Devontae, Terrius, Quandarius, Jameson the third could say that shit around a bunch of something and it'd be all right?
No. No.
What the fuck are you talking about,
man?
If anyone asking, I do have a channel. It's my name.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the chat because I'm just like, damn, like these really. It's like I thought y'all knew better. I see we got y'all still like y'all. A lot of y'all are still like I thought y'all were like in the AP course or in advanced placement Sunday. And no, a lot of y'all are still like we still in the first grade. If y'all think that fucking Levontarius Washington the third, Triple OG could say that shit in the fucking hood, and just because he killed somebody last week, he ain't gonna get roasted. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all are crazy. Salute. Is that Mossy make patriarchy great again? Don't let the minority evil tread on your community.
Much appreciated.
Damn.
I'm talking to y'all in the chat. I haven't been talking to Mossy for the last 30 minutes.
And again, man, even with the chat, it's all love. It is what it is. You know, no, it is what it is.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. I guess I just got a different perspective on it because I grew up, man. Everything is people are constantly taking shots at you, constantly chipping away at your time, constantly chipping away at your weak. Like if you got something weak, like if you say you real dark skin or you real light skin, you know what I'm saying? The real light skinned person, they call them white boy. You know what I'm saying? The real dark skinned person, they call them black or smoke. It don't matter. Everything gonna get fucked with. Everything gonna get fucked with. Everybody gonna get needled at constantly, twisted, poke, prodded, everything. Pause, no homo. It's like, but yeah, like it ain't just minor white. It ain't Mossy. It's everybody, man. Fuck is you talking about?
Maybe it's because I speak the least. Oh.
I don't think that's it. But I don't know. I don't get it, I guess.
Somebody said words don't mean nothing if you're confident. Let me take you around my old neighborhood and let's just sit there and you the bid for the night. For the night, you the one we fuck. You say something and we fucking with you. I promise you're gonna want to fight. I promise you may want to kill somebody. I promise you're gonna want to leave. I promise you're gonna fucking feel bad about yourself. You're not gonna sleep well that night. I promise you. If we decide that you're the one we're fucking with tonight, I promise you. I guarantee you it will affect you in some way, viscerally. I promise you that. What you think, Wiki?
I mean, I'm hard pressed if I disagree. You know, I don't get it. I just don't get it. You know, but you have guys like Danny Nyblet over there crying about it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where some of these people where they came up around or who they're around. It is
Yeah,
what it is.
I think these people. I really thought they knew. Now I see when they say like when they're shocked by these stories because like you still have a surface level of Blackistan. Blackistan separate the weed from the chaff, man. They going if there's something wrong with you, a defect or perceived defect, man, you gonna know about that shit before you get out of kindergarten. And you gonna hear about it. Man, listen, man, there's nobody from Blackistan that's truly from Blackistan, and I see many of y'all are not, that had something they were self-conscious about that wasn't thoroughly thrown in their face and rubbed in their nose.
Like I know we used to give people nicknames based off of that. That was your nickname.
Yeah, man. I just don't. What's happening to Mossy? That's bullying. Golly, man. Listen, man. Wow, man. Yeah. But this is good to know because now I know what I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
There's work to be done.
It's kind of like a teacher who thinks that all his students are ready for the test, and then they take the test, and it's like, oh shit, I'm a terrible teacher, man. I suck as a teacher. Everybody failed the test except for like 2 or 3 people. And it's like, oh shit, what the fuck? Damn. Like you call this bullying? Man, my God, man. Niggas would have kicked his ass when he said that shit. Robbed him. You know that, Ricky. Like robbery is like a form of punishment. You know what I'm saying? It's not even about taking your money. It's about punishing you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Niggas would have robbed him when he said that. He would have got robbed. Is it any Sunmen in the chat from Blackistan? Hit one to if he would have been physically around some Sunmen from Blackistan and said that story, he would have gotten robbed. Is there any Sunmen left in the chat? Is there any Sunmen left in the You sound talking reckless.
I'm telling you, man. Man. Look what J. Rose said. J. Rose said we were robbing from his voice. It's true. That's true, though.
Yeah, what's the last city?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Pick the city, Mom.
Pick the city. Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati.
Right, good one. Oh, you got to say good one. Say good one on Wiki. They know that.
That's a great one, Mom.
Great one, boss. Great choice, boss. Let's see what's going on here, man.
Remembering and honoring a Loveland graduate while raising awareness about mental health and suicide. Ben Morrison was a student athlete at Loveland High School who graduated back in 2020. He died suddenly the following year. Today, family and friends gathering for the second annual Ben's Birthday Bash at Fowling Middle
That's
House.
only
It
how.
was a chance to pay tribute to the former football and lacrosse player, with all of the proceeds going toward the Ben
Was it the Vax?
Morrison Fund. The fund is
I knew somebody was
dedicated to
gonna say that.
erasing the stigma around mental health and also creating lifelines to help reach young people who are in crisis.
I'm not saying how he died.
We need to let people know that this is what's happening, because we can't save our children if we're not talking about it. And that's the most important thing. I've partnered with some other people, and it's all about starting conversation.
So to learn much
What?
more about the organization's mission, just visit
Yo, this is evil.
benmorrisonfund.org. And if you or maybe someone you know is really
This is straight up evil. They don't even say how he died.
Died suddenly.
Just died suddenly, and they're treating it like he had a mental issue.
Yeah. It's
Yo,
crazy.
he was a full-on lacrosse player. Like he had actual accolades and shit.
Yeah, so he's an athlete. So he probably died while like practicing or something, and they don't want to say it.
Well, Brown is just the fourth Black mayor of Hamilton County's second largest city. He says his age isn't a factor, and he knows a lot of people want the same things. That's why he's focusing on development, affordable housing, and green spaces.
Yo, I seen her somewhere.
It was incorporated as its own village in 1961. So the first African-American family didn't move out here until 68.
In 5 decades, Forest Park has transformed into a more diverse community.
So 75% of the city is non-white. So we're about 59% African-American. And then there are a large number of Hispanic or Latin individuals.
The baton has now been passed down to the next generation, with the city's youngest mayor yet, Aaron Brown, at the helm.
Sometimes people be like, hey, mayor, and I'm, just go about my business. Like, oh, they're talking to me. They're talking to me.
The Miami.
See, that could have been you, man, instead of being a fucking gun-toting fucking goddamn welder and shit. You could have been a fucking mayor, man.
Hey, man, that speaks a lot of volumes into that community. Where is that? Cincinnati?
This is Forest Park.
Forest Park, okay.
It's a suburb.
The university and UC grad studied in D.C. on the Hill and was hit by the political bug.
Everything that I want to do, I don't have to be enticed by D.C. I can do it in Cincinnati.
Brown moved back home to Forest Park and ran for council and won.
I just laid out a vision of what Forest Park could be. And, they actually supported me in that vision. So everyone voted for me
When the mayor at the time retired towards the end of Brown's first 4-year term on council, he threw his hat into the ring alongside several of his much longer tenured colleagues.
He's young, brings a lot of vitality, a lot of energy to the meetings, and a lot of new ideas that, quite frankly, a city of our age needs.
For Brown, those needs include maintaining the city's parks, affordable housing, and welcoming new businesses and development like Tesla. The city turning to EVs to become more eco-friendly.
So I guess after this, probably do another code enforcement or like public works vehicle, and then try to get some electric police cars, and then eventually a fire truck.
He says he wants his legacy to be one that makes young kids see anything is possible.
That's part of the reason I twist my hair. I just want them to see themselves reflected in me.
Well, Brown will soon be 33, and he talks about so many of
That's
his
what's up.
mentors who helped him.
Give him a round of applause.
33-year-old man, he seemed like a dynamite guy, man. I mean,
Yeah.
he got his shit together, man. I mean, he wasn't too woke. He said he twisted his hair so that they could see him, but he
just seemed like a regular dude, really.
Yeah, he wasn't too woke. He wasn't. I didn't get like the super woke vibes you would expect off of like somebody in his position.
Is he what is he like? I mean, I know he's mayor. Is he Democrat or Republican or
If he's
independent?
black, he's a Democrat, man. I mean, did he
That
sound
don't
like a
necessarily
Republican?
mean he a Democrat. Come on now.
Dude, in the suburb of Cincinnati, he's a Democrat. Now, if it would have been in a different place, yeah, maybe. But in the suburb of Cincinnati, he's a Democrat.
I'm not going to assume that, but all right.
Look him up. What's his name? Whatever his name was. The mayor of Forest Park.
Aaron Donald. I don't
Yeah,
know.
the mayor of Forest Park, Ohio. I guarantee you, if you look him up, I guarantee you he's a Democrat. I guarantee you.
Yeah, if I ever had to run for office, it'd either be GOP or independent. I can't spend.
Nah, you can't do GOP if you're a black American.
I can't. Well, I can't spend the Democratic platform.
Yeah, I couldn't do either.
I couldn't do it. I could do the GOP platform. No
I could.
problem.
I mean,
I can't do Democrat platform.
it's just the Republicans. They don't give a fuck. Like, I'm surprised he got in there. Like, I'm surprised. He's 33. He must have did something amazing.
All right,
That's wild.
Let me move along, man.
I didn't say
teenager Hamilton County prosecutors say was trying to prove himself as a hitman is now charged as an adult.
Trying to prove himself as a hitman.
Wait, what?
Teenager Hamilton County prosecutors say was trying to prove himself as a hitman is now charged as an adult.
Makeem Thomas is now being held on more than $250,000 bond, charged in 4 killings when he was only 14 years old. Thomas now faces nearly
4 killings when he was 14 years old.
Who the hell is this?
Just another 17. You saw what was it? 14 kids got shot in Georgia in a 12-hour period. 11 got shot in Memphis last night.
People get shot every day. I mean, who is this though?
Somebody shooting them. He one of the people that's shooting all these people out here. He's 27 felony charges. He one of the people that's shooting all these people.
more than $250,000 bond, charged in 4 killings when he was only 14 years old. Thomas now faces nearly 30 felony charges, including murder, assault, and aggravated robbery. 4 other adults are also charged in the shootings, which happened in Fairmount, Westwood, Millvale.
You know what it is?
Avondale.
These new laws they got, they let all of these people out of prison early. And they come out and they commit these crimes again. Because they just said he was convicted on 4 murders when he was 14. How is he now out in the open doing the same shit again?
I don't think he's out. I think that he just hold on. That's not how.
You don't think he was caught since then?
No, that's not what I hold on. Listen.
Keem Thomas is now being held on more than $250,000 bond, charged in 4 killings when he was only 14 years old.
That means
Thomas
they
now
just
faces
caught
nearly
him.
30.
That means they just caught. He's being charged for 4 killings that happened when he was 14. So they just caught him.
Wait, how did they just? Okay, yeah, that's crazy.
Felony charges including murder, assault, and aggravated robbery. 4 other adults are also charged in the shootings, which happened in Fairmount, Westwood, Millvale, and Avondale. And Hamilton.
So when did this happen?
Somebody just looked it up. He's your boy is a Democrat. They just looked it up, but
I mean, if shit, I guess that was the only way he could get in there because he definitely won't get in there from the Republican side. But he looked more like independent to me.
Jury has now indicted a man on an aggravated murder charge in a deadly shooting in West Price Hill. So this is a Hamilton County jury.
Think about if you hear somebody talk about Chicago every day. Oh, the crime in Chicago, and you're like, motherfucker, I'm from West Price Hill, and we got the same shit going on.
Bro, that shit happening everywhere. Like, and pull out that dude's again. This dude definitely look like a dang. He from somewhere else. Like, where is this dude from?
Is it West Price Hill?
Nah, this man look like a op.
Indicted a man on an aggravated murder charge in a deadly shooting in West Price Hill. So this is a Hamilton County grand jury. Police found Ashton Penn dead inside a car back in October. A child was also inside the car unhurt at the time. Police arrested Lorenzo Cobb in Penn's death a week ago. He's also charged with robbery and tampering with evidence.
Woo. Son, man, acting up. It's starting.
They don't got nothing better to report on in the area. God dang.
It's grown significantly worse in the last 3 years. Behind some of Cincinnati's most violent crimes are middle and high schoolers. Court officials say disrespect and comments on social media are way too often becoming the motive for murder.
Okay, so all y'all that say we bullying Marcy, it's these kids that are getting shot over these Facebook. You think they act like Marcy?
You getting shot over a Facebook, man. That's some wild shit.
Do you think they talk with Marcy's inflection in his voice, his proper voice? You think that they are into all the nerdy stuff that Marcy's into? They're getting fucking killed in broad daylight. And you're talking about like you picking on Marcy because he's Marcy. Everyone gets it in Blackistan, you fucking retards.
It's grown significantly worse in the last 3 years. Behind some of Cincinnati's most violent crimes are middle and high schoolers. Court officials say disrespect and comments on social media are way too often becoming the motive for murder. Out of handcuffs, but far from free. Juvenile offenders wait to hear their fate.
But I also balance that with public safety, okay?
Sitting in Judge Melissa Powers' courtroom, a teen caught driving 3 others in a car he says he didn't know was stolen. Police also found a gun inside.
Usually when 16, 17-year-olds are involved in firearms, it usually has tragic consequences.
The teen's defense attorney argues for leniency, and it works.
So I'm going to follow his recommendation and place you on official probation. I have faith in you. It's like a second chance, okay?
The same morning, a hearing for a 16-year-old arrested last month.
Counts 1 and 2.
This is crazy.
Murders or firearm specifications.
This is pointless. This isn't
Murder
news.
charges and the death of 15-year-old Jerome Lipscomb III, a Taft Honor student, shot and killed in the West End in May. Judge Powers has been with juvenile court since January 2017. The number of teens she's seen enter the system for violent crimes like murder has exploded in the last 2 years.
The violence has always been there. It's just the ages of the offender has been going lower and lower.
There were 19 youth.
Hey, if you're going to unsubscribe, just unsubscribe, man. Don't talk about it, man.
Right,
You know
and I bet you
unsubscribe, man. You don't.
I
have
will
to
bet
tell
you
me about
money.
it.
I'll bet you money. Danny's one of them that says the liberals are so sensitive. I promise you, he'll say some crazy, stupid shit like that.
Listen, man. If you're gonna unsubscribe, please just do it. Don't tell me about it. I don't I'm asking you. I'm telling you right now. Scorpion Squad. Anybody say they about to unsubscribe, block them. Scorpion Squad. Mount up. If they say they're going to unsubscribe, block them. Because they sowing seeds of dissension, man. Don't tell me about it. Just unsubscribe, man.
Youth charged with murder in Hamilton County in 2021. That's more than 3 times the amount charged in 2019 and in 2020. It's 6 times the number of youth in 2017 and in 2018. And 2022 is on pace to beat last year. There have already been 15 youth charged with murder with more than 3 months to go.
You do the best that you can, as a judge in juvenile court. But when the crimes become so serious and so egregious, there's very little that the juvenile court can do.
One 16-year-old is charged in 3 different Cincinnati homicides that spanned 17 days in the fall of 2021. He was 15.
That's just the charged amount. That's not because most murders go unsolved, so it's probably double that.
Think about you're 15 and you're just going around killing people all day. And you're normal, like you're not like some pariah. Like there's a bunch of other little kids just like you in your city.
These cities getting overpopulated. That's what it is.
That's what you're dealing with, man.
You got no home training. You got no real vision, no real future. So you just like, fuck it.
Well, Fabian talked about that, right? Like that's kind of like a natural, it's an organic behavior, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's
like some regulation.
Status. Well, he's just showing his status. Like he's the top. He's one of the top guys. So to show that you're one of the top guys, you gotta take it there, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do that.
At the time, the victims were 39, 18, and a 16-year-old who died in his mother's arms. 18-year-old Avante Baker Beatty's death broke his grandmother's heart.
I have a lot of friends this has happened to, and I would tell them, I'd say, I can't really say that I know how you feel, but today I can say I know how you feel.
Too many families across the city share that grandmother's pain. Too many children, like this 18-year-old high school senior, are grieving friends.
Probably past 6, last couple of years.
You can.
How many of y'all know 5-6 people been murdered in the street in the last couple of years? Hit one. Oh yeah. I'm still waiting for somebody to hit one for Danny, but hit one for me, man. Hit one if you know 5 or 6 people been murdered in the last couple of years in the street.
That's crazy, man. What's the community doing in response to this? Like this isn't something you would just report about and you got nothing.
It feels like that's the case though, brother. What you just said is literally what's going on.
Like that's crazy.
I mean, they are giving thoughts and prayers if that makes you feel any better.
That ain't shit. I can't stand that. Thoughts and prayers. Shut the hell up. Like, what is your action? What is your call to action? You obviously, you don't want your children murdered in the street anymore.
Exactly.
Somebody says I know 4. It says, Ak, why are you hating on your own fans this past week? Man, what the fuck are you talking about? Hating on my own fans?
They coming after you tonight. Shit.
Man, this fucking Nate Campbell, man. He's fucking this motherfucker, man. Get on my fucking nerves, man.
I know. Yo, I think Mossy will pull higher than you at this rate.
Yeah,
the Mossy Nation.
Let me poll Mossy, man. Let me see.
He's gonna get 100. He's gonna get the 100.
If Mossy is
the Mossy Nation knows.
Yeah, man. Let's see. Oh man. Oh my God, man.
But I agree with you, bro. Yeah, you don't want people are tired of having their kids gunned down, but actions aren't showing that they're tired. You know?
I mean, they're showing it, but they're not. They never show like where the community outreach reach is, where they're holding the town hall meetings at.
Well,
Like,
even then, brother, actions speak louder than words. I'm sure you would agree, right?
of course.
So I mean, the actions, they're not. I don't see them. Show me where the actions are. I would love to see.
That's what I'm saying. They're not broadcasting what the actions are. I mean, clearly someone's sitting down with this teen somewhere, somehow. Where are they at? In a bookstore?
You know what the action was, brother? That Scorpion unit in Memphis. That was the action, and look how that
Yeah.
turned out.
What happened?
You know the Scorpion unit in Memphis?
Nah, I didn't hear about that.
Oh shit, where you been, brother?
Well, oh yeah, I kind of live under a rock, but I mean, I'll be coming up here and catching some news when I can.
Man, I'm jealous. I wish I could fucking live under a rock. You know,
Right.
five Sunman cops killed the. You know,
I
five
mean,
Sunmen killed the Sunman in
Right,
Memphis.
man. Right, man.
wait, what?
Long story short, five Sunmen in an aggressive unit trying to address these problems killed a Sunman. So they disbanded the unit and charged the Sunman.
Killed a Sunman.
Yeah, they beat his ass to death. They literally beat him to death. But that unit was in response to everything going on, that the action you're speaking of, and the community became upset at them.
Hey, Wicked, with me and Marcy,
So wait, the response was a Scorpion unit to go and beat up people.
Hey man, I can't do this, Wicked. I can't do it. Man.
That's not a response. That sounds like retaliation.
No. That incident it got out of hand on them. I'm sure. I don't know what they were doing.
Wait, you talking about the people that beat up the dude in the car?
Right, that guy. But that unit was in response to everything going on. Now they fucked up.
That's not a response, though. That's the thing. It's like,
so what should be the response then?
The response shouldn't be the armed units to go and beat up people. And
No,
just
the beating up was not that was something else. That beating him to death was something else.
I can't do it, man. This is giving me like
what's going on?
Bracket, man. I gotta move on, man.
Are grieving friends.
Probably past 6, last couple of years.
You can see why Brian felt like he's needed protection since he was barely double digits.
We just trying to survive. Real talk. Just trying to make it, like, see another day. Real talk.
We're only using his first name. He's also a juvenile offender.
I got in trouble when I was like 13, and I got caught with a gun.
A few years later, caught again.
Some crazy stuff. I got caught with some guns. Some crazy stuff.
He completed a 6-month court-mandated youth advocate program known as YAP. He's now eligible to get his charges
Wait a minute. So all he did was get caught with a gun? I know plenty of white boys that got guns that's younger than him. Like, what? I don't understand that.
What don't you understand?
I mean, they called him juveniles and all this stuff. All he did was get caught with a gun. Like, he didn't do nothing with it.
Trolling, man. He trolling.
No. I don't think he's trolling, but brother, do you not know what's going on in the stand?
I think he's trolling, man.
Everyone that's getting.
I mean, clearly, I would have a gun too in that environment. Shit, I don't care how old I am. If there's 15-year-olds getting bodied,
right. But is it
you
fair
ain't gonna
to
be
say?
strapped?
Is it fair to say though that all these dudes being strapped is like a direct cause and effect to all the murders in the stand, right?
No, that's not an effect. That's not a cause and effect to it. Just because you're strapped doesn't mean you're going out to murder people. You could be strapped just to defend yourself, which most law-abiding citizens are. Okay, I'm strapped to defend myself.
Well, somebody's gunning everybody down in the stand. I don't know who.
If you know people and your peers are getting killed or getting threatened or whatever, you're going to have a gun to defend yourself in that environment. It makes sense. I mean that's the thing. They use that and then go and charge you for some petty shit, and now you're a felon, and now you can't have a weapon. If you're near one, that's 5 years on you. Like they orchestrate that very sentiment in the hood, in these disenfranchised area, so they can go and make money off of them. Because guess what?
Let me move along. Thank you. I agree with you. Let me move along.
Program known as YAP. He's now eligible to get his charges expunged from his record.
I hate to see people give up on a kid that's 12, 14, 15, 17.
Nate Lett Jr. is the director of YAP.
Pair them with an advocate that they can relate to, somebody that may have came from their community, may have done some of the same things that they did as a youth, and can show them that there's another way.
Advocates spend about 10 hours a week with their mentees, bonding and breaking down
That's
psychological.
a lot of fucking time, man. Like, yo, that's
I was thinking about that too. Like, damn, 10 hours. That's a full-time job.
I had a big brother when I was a kid, and he took me to like games or like the museum like once every couple of weeks. It
Yeah,
was
you don't
like
need all of that.
10 hours a week.
That's
What if the guy's a
overboard.
fucking pedophile or a predator? That's a lot
Yeah,
of,
you don't even know who you paired up with.
yeah, that's a
Like, you
lot of
don't even
time,
like.
man.
I mean, clearly, yeah, they need somebody to mentor them and turn them to a better direction. But you gotta really vet those kind of people because people can take advantage of that shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of, I mean, that's a lot of time for like to be spending with one person. They're not spending this with a group. They're spending this one-on-one time,
One person, yeah.
and they're like ex-cons, ex-homies from the hood and shit. Like, I mean, I get it. I guess, don't get me wrong. I mean, I want to think this is good, but
It's a
it just
start.
it has to be vetted, right?
Get his charges expunged from his record.
I hate to see people give up on a kid that's 12, 14, 15, 17.
Nate Lett Jr. is the director of YAP.
Pair them with an advocate that they can relate to, somebody that may have came from their community, may have done some of the same things that they did as a youth, and can show them that there's another way.
Advocates spend about 10 hours a week with their mentees, bonding and breaking down psychological barriers like this.
I didn't think I was going to have a future.
These youth have had some fairly traumatic experiences themselves, and it's influenced their ability to make good decisions.
Mike Brock is the court's juvenile probation supervisor. He's worked with youth for almost 3 decades.
They just want somebody to talk to.
According to Hamilton County Juvenile Court data,
Why are they
murder
interviewing
suspects
him?
over the last 2 years were an average age of 16.
Think about this. Murder suspects in the last 2 years had an average age of 16. What other community, like, that's bonkers, man. Like, is the Umbrito, are the killers 16 in the Umbrito community, like, an average?
Nah, some. Nah, hell no. Yo, man, he was in the bag.
I mean, what? Cal Rittenhouse was what, 17? Freaking the dude, Peyton Gringer, he was like 18, 17.
You
I mean, they all.
Are you talking about one-offs? You talking about
These ain't
one-offs,
these
man?
ain't one-offs. They killed mass people. I mean, these people killed 4, 5, 10 people.
He's all right, man. Let me.
Kyle Rittenhouse killed 10 people.
Mayo,
He killed 3 people, didn't he? 2 people.
He's trolling, man. Mayo, what's up, man? What do you think about this, Mayo? Don't get.
How am I trolling when that's really what happened? What are you talking about?
Go ahead, man.
How you upset?
People, like I said earlier, man, people still think Kyle killed black people.
It's not about killing black people. Well, y'all making this a race thing now, for real? Y'all
No, it's
really,
just
y'all
people
really
don't
trying
know
to
the
say?
story. People
Huh?
don't know the story.
Well, don't know what story.
Did he cross state lines?
Peyton did kill 10 black people, and he crossed state lines.
He's talking about Peyton, the black. All right, but what I'm saying,
Cal went to a Black Lives Matter protest to kill people, so obviously his aim was to kill black people.
Yeah, now I know he's trolling. Like, my bad. You were right.
I know.
I didn't know he was trolling.
How is that trolling? That's exactly what happened. Are you blind?
What's up, Mayo? What's up, man?
Yeah, it's just amazing this still exists.
You're not refuting nothing.
Man,
my bad. I didn't know. My fault.
Man, most people's brains refute what you're saying, dude. I don't have to do it.
Yo, at least he didn't porn bomb, man. At least he didn't come with the porn bomb.
Go, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
How y'all doing tonight?
Everything's cool, man.
Man, it's been a spicy weekend, ain't it? Jesus.
Yeah, man. What are your thoughts on this, man? The average age murder suspect in Cincinnati is 16, man.
I'm not shocked by watching the news the last 2 years.
That doesn't shock you?
No. And but only because I've been paying attention.
Right.
I'm jaded.
You know,
I
and
guess
this
we all
is
are jaded.
if
I'm
this
not
is the
jaded.
average age, there's much younger
Yeah.
to run the numbers down this far.
I thought it would have been like 17 at least, though. 18 maybe.
Maybe this is the average for juveniles. This doesn't make any sense. I know there's fucking older guys in fucking Cincinnati killing people. This hold on, this must be juvenile. It just hit me. It must be
Yeah, but
juvenile.
I don't think they're getting caught, Ak.
Let
I
me
think
see.
these young kids are the ones getting caught.
Let me see.
These youth have had some fairly traumatic experiences themselves, and it's influenced their ability to make good decisions.
Mike Brock is the court's juvenile probation supervisor. He's worked with youth for almost 3 decades.
They just want somebody to talk to.
According to Hamilton County Juvenile Court
That's
data,
why they shot
murder
people.
suspects over the last
Juvenile court data.
2 years were an average age of 16. 80% had mental health diagnoses. 80% also had prior involvement with social services. Court officials say poverty and trauma are major contributing factors to the violence.
Poverty and trauma. Son man lights up. When he comes to court, you see this, you're like,
oh, you happy.
I got a chance.
Right.
And trauma are major contributing factors to the violence. Family dynamics, instability, and education all play a role too.
Sometimes you see the child and you think they never had a chance.
Regardless of how we got here, leaders say there is hope for rehabilitation and intervention before kids reoffend.
They're all capable of it. To set aside what maybe they're up there for, they're still kids.
Something else notable about the recent uptick, internal court data shows a third of the youth murder suspects had no probation history. Court officials believe the pandemic is partly to blame here. The circumstances left more kids unsupervised in underserved areas.
Underserved areas. Here we go with this shit again.
AK schools are out.
Murder is murder. Like they act like murder is just something that like it's not a huge step. Murder is well, it's not with this group, but to them it should be seen as a huge step. But
what does it say about people when if they get enough free time, they just kill more people?
Yeah. That's a good question.
Kids are left unsupervised. Their mission is to kill people.
Right. Like they don't see
this
that
is what they do with their free time.
Yeah, it's like if there aren't cameras on every fucking block, if there aren't police teaming, the streets not teaming with police, if there's not a guidance counselor for every fucking student, if there aren't 2 parents in every house, if there isn't fucking like activities 24 hours a day, the murder rate is gonna go through the roof. If anyone
It's amazing that the Ozarks didn't explode in violence with all them poor white people, with all them kids out of school and home alone.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man.
Once from behind, but as you're about to hear, neighbors reported hearing multiple gunshots.
At Bonneville Court, someone just got shot. They're laying in the street.
4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
I heard what sounded like gunshots.
Neighbors living on Bonneville Court reported hearing gunshots.
Like 6 in a row. I looked out my window and I saw somebody running down the street with a gun pointed.
The victim's mother was among those panicked callers.
I don't know, somebody is shooting my daughter down. I need help now. Somebody is shooting my daughter down. My daughter was on the ground.
It appears preliminarily that she was getting out of her car, just gotten out of her car, and was either walking.
That was a sister, right? On the phone?
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Callers.
I don't know, somebody is shooting my daughter down. I need help now. Somebody is shooting.
She sounds like she's like just reading off a grocery list. like she literally sounds like she's talking to customer service about like for real, man. It just sounds like you're talking to customer service. Yeah,
should be more emotional with customer service. I should be more emotional, talking shit to them.
I don't know, somebody is shooting my daughter down. I need help now. Somebody is shooting my daughter down. My daughter was on the ground.
It appears preliminarily that she was getting out of her car, just gotten out of her car, and was walking up the house, and someone approached her, the suspect approached her, and she possibly took off running up the street, and she was shot from behind.
Fairfield Township police say 20-year-old Tanijah Kemper was hit one time. She was rushed to the hospital where she later died.
Very unsettling, I think, for the neighborhood, and totally understandable. It does appear to be.
Kemper was hit one.
Yeah, this looked like a decent neighborhood, man. I mean, like decent houses, decent neighborhood.
For what it's worth, a targeted incident, not a random incident.
Police aren't saying why they think Kemper was targeted, but say they believe this shooting is directly related to other incidents in the Evanston and West End areas. Investigators have released this photo, a maroon Honda that witnesses saw speeding out of the area after yesterday's shooting. Police believe this is the car the suspect was in. However, they say the license plate on the car was stolen, so they're asking people to take note of the rust on the rear passenger wheel and call police if you see the car. And police say witnesses have described the suspect as a young black man, possibly in his 20s. They say he had a beard and was wearing a ski mask at the time of the shooting. I did just speak with a family member of Kemper's, family all gathering tonight at the home here in Fairfield Township. They are asking for their privacy.
In other communities, this happens in the home. The fucking teen kills his girlfriend like inside of the house. This motherfucker ran with his woman with a ski mask in broad daylight, like his witnesses, the mom's on the phone, there's other people, like everybody's just outside. He runs up on with a ski mask and speeds off of him. That's
20
why,
ring cameras that caught this.
Yeah, that's why black Estonian crime is so much more exciting and interesting than other. Like when we do other groups, it's just not as, it don't hit the same. Like this shit is great. This shit is like, yo, the laws don't apply. This is a person that is above the law. You would think that these are the people that are privileged. You just run up on a woman in front of a bunch of people in broad daylight, body her, get in the car, speed off, and you're like gone. And it's like you chilling now. You somewhere like shooting dice and fucking sipping Henny and shit.
Reporting live
what
tonight
state is this
Fairfield
in?
Township, Karen Johnson,
This is
WLWT News
Cincinnati.
5.
Karen, thanks so much. A lot of rain.
You know what I'd like to see, that tag's stolen. I'd like to see how many hits it had on that cop system that reads license plates in the last 30 days. I'll bet you they've drove by this guy 100 times and didn't do shit.
I mean, that's racist. The sisters have made it to where pulling a black man over is racist. They're trying to end. Listen, they're trying to end traffic stops.
They have in several cities successfully.
I have always loved math and science. Even in high school, I went for engineering. I just didn't want to pursue it, and it may be funny because I didn't want to go to UC. What pushed me to go to school for it, to further my education, was the death of my father. With his death over going on 7 years this year, he pushed me to do something that I wanted to do. And I was doing a whole bunch of open-ended jobs, not really getting nowhere, really not growing. I can honestly say when I made that conscious decision, yes, it had to take a tragedy to do it, but at the same time, it benefited my life. I always wanted to play basketball. I say I was born and raised on basketball. So watching Jordan play, Michael Jordan, as well as I began to get older, then that's when they brought in the WNBA. So seeing Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, if one news anchor sticks out more than anything when I was younger, and from personal experience, is Curtis Fuller. It was always
Okay. Sister love. Some people just love basketball, man. God damn, man.
History usually starts after somebody's dead. Most of the people she named are still living.
Oh man. These people are crazy. Wow.
Hey, did you see the one-off in New York City?
What's that?
The carjacker, the white carjacker?
In New York City or Philadelphia?
Oh no, you're right. It was Philly. It was Philly.
Yeah, we did that. We did that earlier. Yeah. We did that extensively. Yeah.
He gonna be the most famous carjacker in the country.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Without a doubt, man. I mean, they're prepping it, man. They got plans for his story, man. His story. The everybody was crying. All the politicians were teary eyed. I should have knew when I was like, this is too much crying, man. I thought they were faking, but now that I know it was a white guy, when y'all commit crime, it just I mean, it's worse, man. It's like y'all just something about y'all. I don't know what it is.
It's like there's a whole separate standard, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like y'all not. We know y'all know better, man. We know that y'all know. Y'all know y'all ain't supposed to be doing that shit. Yeah, man. It's some shit going on in here, man. But a lot of this shit is some men just doing some man things. Let's see.
Plus, you can see people's mail go flying out of the car that was being pursued. This isn't confetti being tossed at a Green Hills police cruiser, but mail, checks, and credit cards believed to have been stolen. Late Sunday night, Sergeant Tony Patton began chasing an SUV reported stolen out of Norwood.
Throwing all kinds of stuff out of the car. SUV just passed Starbucks.
During the chase down Witten Road, the cruiser's camera caught mail flying out of the car several times. The driver can also be seen blowing through a red light.
He's in the right-hand lane now.
Before hitting stop sticks, entering into Springfield Township. But that didn't immediately stop the driver.
Turning left onto East Compton. Stand by, he's bailing.
The man takes off running across the
I mean, this is what these cops are dealing with. While you're asleep in your bed, comfy, curled up in the fetal position, counting Z's. This is what the streets are looking like every night, man. I promise you. No one is out at night but them and prostitutes and people coming home late that work the late shift and have to use public transportation. But other than that, it's them and prostitutes. Even the pimp is in the cut. Well, he's sitting in a car somewhere. in an apartment. It's nobody out but them and prostitutes. I promise you. And it's just a damn shame that people think that their safety, like overnight, you're just safe because of God. No, you're safe because these police are chasing these fucking guys around everywhere and keeping them at bay.
Entering into Springfield Township. But that didn't immediately stop the driver.
Turning left onto East Compton. Stand by, he's bailing.
The man takes off running across the road and into a parking lot.
Male black, light colored blue jackets, running by Fifth Third. Now by Valvoline.
Shortly after this,
What if he pulled out a key slip? What if he pulled out a gun and just started firing at the cop car? This is a fucked up job. At any time, this guy could have just pulled out a gun and start firing at this cop. And this cop would have to park or put the car in park and hop out to return fire. But by that time, he might be dead or severely wounded.
shortly after this slip and fall,
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
police arrested the driver and identified him as 22-year-old Lawrence Sherman. Two passengers, 21-year-old Jamar Gibson and 18-year-old Dorico Gibson, were also
Yo,
arrested.
these some old-looking fucking teenagers, man. Yo, these motherfuckers, what the fuck? But yeah, this is what you had to do. And that cop, this situation could have led to that cop being fucking charged with murder.
Arrested. Investigators say the SUV they were in was stolen from a strip mall in Norwood last month. WLWT obtained a copy of security footage from Elevate Smoke Shop of that alleged theft. As for the mail, officers collected what they could and turned it over to the postal inspector. And investigators are now saying they believe the mail came from somewhere in the Forest Park area. But again, the postal inspector still isn't confirming if they believe the mail came from one of those blue mailboxes or exactly where in Forest Park. Reporting live tonight in Green Hills, Karen Johnson, WLWT News 5.
Karen, thanks.
It's got to suck to be a white woman named Karen nowadays, but yeah, man. But on that note, man, salute to everybody. Salute to everybody, man. I'm out. Peace out, man.
Peace out.
Great job, Marcy. You did a really good job on the show tonight.
Thanks.